One.
Hello, boys. I've been waiting to intro like that all morning. I could not wait. Okay. All right. Today is all about men in relationships. I'm beyond excited. So for 5 whole hours, we're live streaming about men in relationships. I feel like there are a lot of misconceptions. I feel like there are a lot of misunderstood expectations. I feel like there's just a lot. And I want to talk about it. And I want to hear from men because I am not one. So I want to hear your voices. I want to hear your questions. I want to answer your questions. Part of the reason my platform is so 51% men, 49% women, I believe is the moment, which I love, is because I don't think that men are the villains. I don't hate men. And I want to talk about it today. So let's start with a question. My thought is, Addie, that you'll ask the question, and then um, after I do my little response, Emma, we if it makes sense to play devil's advocate, if you listen and you're like, yeah, but would you mind jumping in and being devil's advocate because you did such a good job beforehand that I had to keep stopping myself. I had to keep being like, no, don't hold it for the thing. Okay,
Mhm.
okay,
Okay.
I'm ready.
There are natural things that are within me that I'm now being told by the culture, more so the feminist movement, that just being a man is evil. So it makes it real tough to navigate any kind of male female relationships.
Yes, I was so when you said this question about jumped out of my seat, I was so excited because I do think we're making it worse. I do think that when you're scrolling, I see people say men are the problem. It's not all men, but would you have a man babysit your child? Probably not. Why is that? Right? You see that stuff and you go, "Ooh, great point." And also, are we saying that if you're born male, you're born evil? How is that not incredibly repressive and restrictive and dooming you to a future where you become the thing we say we don't want you to be? There's a little bit we're missing nuance, and we're having so it seems like the internet is having so much fun calling all men evil, and women are like, well, we're not saying, I mean, I love my husband or I love my man. It's not, and it's the idea of men, because look who does all the problems. It's men are the one that are the doing the bang bang and doing the other kind of bang bang when you don't want the bang bang. Like that is men. So clearly men are the problem. But when you do that, what you say to men is remove yourself from the identity of man in order to be good. While simultaneously, all the hot, like all, women and men, I'm in sexuality who's attracted to men, are falling over themselves for rugged men that are like clearly men. So it's an incredibly confusing space to be in as a man because where do I go from here? I should be more manly to be more attractive, but I shouldn't be manly because that's wrong. And I should hold a container for other people's emotions, but I shouldn't have my own emotions because that makes me unruly and unsafe. But I should have emotions so I can regulate them, but that makes me less manly, so I'm less attractive. I feel like men right now are getting such aggressive, polar opposite directions. And under it all is no matter what you choose, you're still naturally evil. And I think it makes men feel, I would feel inherently broken. And I know that because women got that growing up. Like I got that growing up as a woman, trying to be everything, but not too female because then I wouldn't get respect, and not too male because then I wouldn't be attractive. Like I think men are now experiencing what women have experienced for a really long time. And instead of having empathy for it, we're like, now it's your turn, bucko. How do you like it? And I don't think it's helping. I think it's dividing us. And I think the men who are prone to doing the actions we say we hate men for, we're actually encouraging them to do more of those actions because they've got nowhere to go. There is not an alternative. We're like, you are evil. So I think the feminist movement is the way that I don't think it's actually the feminist movement. It's not feminist. Feminism is just the belief that all genders should be treated equally and have equal opportunity. But it's the only words that a lot of men know to grab onto to use to say, hey, there's some kind of movement, because I'm watching it happen where all of my comments when I watch videos are of people saying, we hate men, men suck. It should be a screw the patriarchy. We should love the matriarchy. And they hear that as screw men. Men shouldn't be here anymore. We don't need them. They're irrelevant. We need to get to a place where men can go away and it can just be women. And that's got it. That's not gonna help us. That's still half the population. And if we turn them into believing that they were born villains, because we're constantly doing this very fun narrative that men suck, how is that not going to cause the same problem that we caused for women? We're just going to go, I don't want to keep doing this, you know? So that's my rant. Do you have, Emma, do you have thoughts or pushback? Because that would be great if you do.
Do I have thoughts? You're funny. I think what might be helpful is if you talk about the definition of quote unquote manly. Because I think a lot of the problems that we're having is that we're not using the same definitions of masculinity. I saw a reel the other day that was talking about why is there no such thing as toxic femininity?
Mm-hmm.
We only seem to talk about toxic masculinity. So can you talk more about that?
Well, yes, great question. I think women are part of the problem for this, because when I have couples come in to work with me and one of them is a woman, very consistently what she asks for is for him to respond to her emotions, hold her emotions. One of the words I keep hearing is containment, be a container. And there are a small percentage of there are definitely women who are like, oh, I get it, you need to have emotions in order to allow me to have emotions, so I got to be cool with you having emotions. But a lot of women don't get that. And they're like, you need to be calm and cool. And this is the definition of manly that a lot of men are holding. You need to be calm and cool all the time. And when I have a big emotion, you need to be my rock. You need to be my container. I can go crazy inside this container of you. I can be as wild as I want to be. I can have the biggest emotions ever. And you'll just hold me and hold me there. And most men can't do that because you cannot you will save people from emotions that you are scared to have. So that is why when a person comes to a manly man with emotions, that manly man is like, well, let me fix it, here's a solution, this is what you do, because he's not allowed to have those emotions. They're dangerous. He loses connection, he loses safety, he doesn't understand them, he can't even name them, because he has been living his entire life being told that will make you less attractive, it will make you less powerful, it will make you less safe. So toxic masculinity is when you take a human man and you say, stop being human, because being human is being emotional. The human experience is inherently emotion. You have an emotion every single second of the day. You can't escape it. It's how we work. And men are told, pretend that's not true. And then it becomes toxic, just like anything that gets stuck. It's going to come out in random, awful ways. And for men, it's going to come out most of the time in anger, because it's the only manly emotion. You're only allowed to have anger or calm and happy, but not too happy. So that's going to make you toxic, because you're saying, I think masculinity as we know it is a hoax. I do not like the feminine masculine thing, because you're teaching men to stop being humans, to stop experiencing life, and instead to hold space for others to experience life. How are you not going to end up going bananas if you're doing that? Did I answer that question, or did I just go on my own rant? Yeah. Yeah, man up and stop crying, be a man. I think it's a whole culture wide revolution. And the thing that I do when I work with couples is men can't be, you can only give what you've gotten, and men can't be a container unless they have containers. If you can't hold your man's emotions, if they can't hold their emotions, they're not going to hold yours. They can't. They don't have the skill. They're scared of it. You cannot regulate emotion you're not allowed to have. And you can't hold somebody else's emotion that you're not allowed to have. So one of the biggest missing pieces right now is, how do we make men having emotions hot? like, like how do we make that hot? And I think that is actually starting to change, and I'm really excited about it. Unless we keep on this whole drumbeat of men suck and we hate men and men are the problem, men. Because even though when that is said, it's usually the idea of men, because there are a lot of men who have done this, not the actual individual man. If you said to me, if I saw my comments filled with women suck, women are always the problem, women are always the problem, I am going to do everything in my power to not be one of those women. But I'm going to assume you think I'm evil. Like when you meet me, you think I'm evil. You are thinking individual women like me, you hate me. I don't know how, as a man, you scroll through and don't start hating yourself a little bit and feeling shame for being born a male, if so much of the narrative is your your gender, your born sex at birth is a problem. It makes you prone to be evil. Fight that. Like how much religious trauma has happened because churches have said you were born a sinner and you can never ever get past that. And then you never trust yourself and you never trust your emotions. Like we're doing that to men. I'm like, I'm scared. I'm scared that we're going to make the problem worse by addressing it the way we're addressing it. Hence my passion. Do we have another question? Yes, men need to feel safe, seen, be vulnerable. Do you want to change your name to the fake name? Because I know that you usually use a fake name. And I don't want to accidentally call you a real one. If you don't know and you're here for the first time, the people in Zoom, I call you whatever you call your name, and your face is not shown on YouTube, just mine, because we talk about real vulnerable stuff in here. Oh, okay, good. So if you want to, he's going to use his real name. That's why I said, oh, okay, good. So if you are going to ask a question, you're like, I don't want my girlfriend, my wife, my husband, my friends, my kid to hear that it was me that said this, you can change your name in here. And then when I talk to you, you're covered. Okay. What's the question? Also,
Okay.
give me some feedback on that, because I'm a little worried that I went all over the map and did not make any sense.
That was incredible. My brain is spinning because there's lots of feedback coming in from Instagram and people are loving this.
Oh, good.
This is incredible. So, which is why I don't know where to go next. I know that we have some questions that I can pull some people up.
Yeah,
So I think that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I'd love
Okay, cool. All right. So the
Hi.
yes. The
You're in a
question
different location. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I'm gonna bring you off mute in just a second. But the question was how to know if I step too much into my masculine as a female and don't leave my partner, a man, enough space to step into his masculine. How to switch this dynamic.
I love this question so much. Also, hi. Last time you were here, you're in a different location.
Yes.
Fun. I love seeing you move around. And I got nervous about pronouncing your name last time too. It's Guste.
Yes.
Okay. Just got to trust myself. I want to immediately jump into my thoughts on this because I see it so much. However, I know it's coming from a really specific, I'm assuming it's coming from a really specific place. Do you have a story or an example where this happened and something happened and you thought, oh no, am I stepping too far into my masculine?
I think it's overall, like obviously with the society, like at school, work, we have targets. And as you said, I think we both have feminine and masculine energies in all of ourselves as humans.
Yeah.
And we use them at different times. But obviously, in the female male relationship, like we should be more in our roles, I think, because that creates the better dynamic. And I notice I end up stepping too much into my masculine, trying to manage and control and be on top of everything.
Yeah.
And then I'm exhausted, and then I'm frustrated that he's not stepping up and leading as much. But I also realize I'm maybe taking up too much space, but I'm not too sure how to switch that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. I get this question a lot. I take it out of the masculine feminine though, because what tends to be happening, it's such an awful cycle because you want your partner to step up. But then when they do, you're like, "Ugh, I should have just done it myself, or they forget and you ask them to do something. They might even say, what do you want me to do? Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Does he ever say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the best ways to know, oh, we're not partners anymore. We're parent child, we're boss employee. I don't actually think it's masculine feminine. I think it's a power dynamic where you are in control and they are your subordinate, and neither of you likes that. And it feels like you're his mom and he's your kid, and he has to do his chores, and he doesn't love that. You don't love that. I mean, nobody wants to sleep with their parent, hopefully, even if you're kinky and you use daddy, that's different. And and what you actually want is a partner who like sees you and brainstorms with you and is by your side. You don't actually want to swap those roles. You want to change the framework entirely. And it's what I teach when I teach, like in the repair lab or I'm working with clients. What I teach is, how do you go from control to collaborate? Because if you successfully switch those roles, you become on the slippery slope of abuse. Abuse is control dialed up. And part of the reason I think abuse happens the way it happens is our narrative around what masculine is. You need to make decisions. You need to step forward. You need to lead. And so when I don't let you lead, what an abuser does is goes, that's okay, I'll be more controlling and you won't have any choice but to follow, which makes me a strong man. And that's our definition currently of masculine has accidentally created some monstrous behaviors because we've told men that's what's hot, that's what's sexy, that's what we want. But what we want and what a really good leader does isn't control us. They see us and they collaborate with us and they pull us in. And what's so sexy is when a man is like, I saw that we got to get the kids here. We got to do the trash here. I'm thinking that we'll do it like this. What do you think? Because you're usually doing this and you have great ideas. I mean,
Yes,
yeah.
please.
So what I do is I shift from control to collaborate. And how I teach this, I'm realizing the number of dirty jokes that I'm using. But to be fair, Emma created this one and then I just loved it and stuck with it. It's in our workbook. I teach it in Repair Lab. I call it a DIC talk, a DIC talk, because it's impossible to forget. Dream, invitation, collaboration. So whatever your dream is for that task, it can be really simple. Like, I hate how I feel when the trash piles up. It would be so amazing if we had some kind of system where it didn't. That's the dream. Then the invitation is that your dream? Do you also care about this? And then the collaboration is not telling them, so take the trash out every Tuesday. It's not telling them, so do this every time. It's going, how do you think we get there? And inviting them to be a collaborator. DIC, dream, invitation, collaboration. And how you know to have that conversation is as soon, because I can't tell you the percentage of people who have this conversation who go, their husband says, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And then they do not do it. I think part of the reason I have so much compassion for men and husbands is because I have a lot of the stereotypical male traits. So I have said to my husband has never said to me, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. I'm the man in that dynamic. And I will be like, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And then I don't do it. And then I feel awful. And then I think I'm the worst person alive. And then why are you even with me? You should divorce me. I can't even live up to the promises I've made to you. I'm awful. And it's really helped because I was raised as a woman, but have a lot of these traits that a lot of men have. And so I get to like see both sides of how do we work on this as a team. So the DIC talk has helped a lot for us. And as the, even when if you're the man listening to this and you catch yourself going, just tell me what to do, I'll do it. No, stop yourself, rewind and go, actually, what's the dream here? Like, what in your dream world, how would you feel? How would this help you? What would it feel like if the trash was done every Tuesday? What would it's like, you get involved and invested in the dream together, and you're creating this goal together, and now you're a team working towards it. That is the way to have a conversation, even about the tiniest things. Sometimes those are really short conversations, but they'll actually stick, because now if I'm the man's role, I know what the dream is. I know how much it helps you. I know how much you're going to feel, how good you're going to feel when I do this part of it, not because I'm your employee, but because we chose the goal together and I chose the action. And if it doesn't work, the next question is, oh, that thing I tried did not work. I forgot, the system wasn't good. What do you think we could do? What do you think we could do differently? And now we're collaborating again. What are your thoughts? How would you use it? Or do you think?
Yes, and then a part of me goes to like, but then I still need to kind of arrange it, and I need to bring it up with this framework for every single thing. And it's like, I feel like I'm still like managing the whole thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Remove even farther. This is what it would sound like. Can you give me an example? What's something he's asked you to do and you
Like, like as you said, like, okay, I need to have this talk about the trash. Then, okay, I need to have this talk about the dinner. Okay, I need to have this talk about laundry, cleaning, or whatever it may be, right?
Yeah. Okay. Wait, this is even
But
better.
it's like I have to like still manage all of that list of items and things.
Yes. Shift it. So you shift it to questions. Why do you think I ask you to do this? Is your question. And he has to figure out why. And you go, no,
Hmm.
that wasn't it. Nope, that wasn't it. Nope, that wasn't it. And then if he's like, okay, friggin' why? And you're like, because it makes me feel so at peace and safe and loved when that happens. And I
Hmm.
want to feel loved by you. So that's why I asked you to do it. That's why I have this goal. Do less in the conversation. Ask him, why does he think you care so much about this? Get him to start thinking from the place of intention, not instead of doing it for him.
Hmm.
And that will start changing. It is, I don't, what my goal with this and what's really fun when we start to get this with my clients is it is less work, because you're not making the list anymore. Notice the last question is, how do you think we get there? I don't tell him my plan. I don't tell him what we should do. I don't even think of a plan. I say, this is my intention. Or why do you think I care about this? And now you've got he, without knowing it, he is telling you the dream. He is telling you the intention. And then you're like, okay, how do you think we make that happen? Because I've been telling you to take the trash out, or I've been telling you to do the thing because I'm trying to make that happen. How do you think we make it happen? That's how you take work off your own back and put more ownership back in his court and start being collaborators. You still look resistant to it. Do you think it's too much work?
I guess I'm thinking like, yeah, I still have to bring it up. I still have to be the one like to
Well, yeah.
start the talk and all of that. And I
Yeah.
wonder if it's linked to what you said before, that the society tells the man like, maybe don't be the dreamer, don't share your emotions, and maybe that's just not as natural for them to bring it up because they've been conditioned to kind of hold it back and like, oh, maybe it's something is not ideal, I'll try sort it myself, versus like bring it up. And I guess as females, we tend to bring it up more.
I'm giving you this as the person I'm talking to, because I can't ask him to do anything because he's not here. And so the only things I'm telling you are what you can do. So everything I'm going to say is something you can do, because there is 0% control over him. I don't have control over him. You don't have control over him. You have impact on him. He doesn't have control over you. He has impact on you. The only thing I can do talking to you is give you what you can do. I can't tell him what he can do. But he could do the exact same thing. He could listen to this video and go, oh, cool. I'm going to ask her what her intention is. I'm going to ask her why she cares so much about that. And then I'm going to understand the point, and I'm going to get creative about how to get that thing that she cares about. But I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to you. So I can't give him work to do because he's literally not here. And I don't want to tell you, here's how you get him to do work, because that's actually more work for you. Now you're trying to manipulate him or control him, or like that's way more than pulling him into a partnership and asking questions. And it's fair to be exhausted and have the mental load and carry it all and feel like it's not understood, because it's not. There's a lack of empathy for sure until you've experienced being the person carrying the mental load.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it's just so tiring, right? And so heavy.
Yeah.
But it was similar before. I'm like, oh, like I want to improve our relationship. So we did your scene course some time back, and as well, I found it, I booked it, and so on. And it's like I feel like I'm dragging and pushing things forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I also feel guilty that I do too much of that. And then I'm like, okay, how much is it my responsibility, right? And like how much I'm taking up space because I'm trying to improve things.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I feel like if I pull back, then a lot of things don't get done. And yeah, like, where's the balance?
Yeah. It's, you are healing and growing, and then you're pulling him so that he heals with you, because the terrifying truth that we all know in our bones is, if we connect with people at the level that we are healed, and if I continue to heal and you don't, I don't get to keep you. That's why you fight so hard, and it's scary because you don't want to stop growing, and it feels like he doesn't care enough to grow with you, and it's scary.
Exactly.
And it's exhausting. That is all the yeah. I work with I have been in this dynamic, and I work with this dynamic. And there have been moments in my relationship with my husband who I'm obsessed with. And the only reason he grew is because I said, I don't think we can make it if you don't. And I meant it when I said it. And it is absolutely terrifying. I just got the note on there. Can you hear me, Costa?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the order that I do that. I do it moment to moment. In the moment that you think of the course, or you buy the course, or you whatever, it's, hey, I really care about this because I'm going to keep growing. I really want you to grow with me, but I know I can't make you. So I hope you do this with me, because otherwise I'm going to keep walking. If you stand still, you'll end up behind me, and that scares me. And then if he doesn't walk with you, that's conversations of, I'm growing like this and I'm so excited and I want you to do it with me. And if you're down, that would be amazing. I'm terrified that if I keep going like this, we're not going to make it. And then you might hit a point that you go, you're not here anymore, man. I'm growing in this direction. And I will resent you if I stop. So we're going to lose this. If you stand still, we are going to lose this either way. I've had those conversations with exes, and I've had those conversations with my husband. And the difference between my husband and the exes is my husband went, oh shit, what book do I need to read? What class are we taking? What do I need to do? I don't understand. I don't know any of the words you're using, but I will learn them. What are we doing? So they're very hard conversations to have. And also, you are here. You're a person who bought the course. You're a person who's thinking about this stuff. You're not going to stop growing. And he probably knows that. And now you're going to grow. And the most you can do is invite him to do so, to join you, to grow as well. When you let go of control, you don't even imagine that you're going to be able to convince him.
That's the hardest part.
You're not going to be able to do anything. You will feel powerless until you do, because the only time we feel powerless is when we try to have power over anyone who isn't ourselves. Because we don't have power over anyone who isn't ourselves. But we do that because we think they have power over us. They don't. They have impact. They don't have control. They have impact over us. And it's so hard to believe because we're so relational. You know, your husband's in a bad mood. So are you. You know, it's like as soon as they're in a bad mood, then you're in a bad mood. So they're going wrong, then you're going wrong. So then you drop everything to get them back on board, and it just doesn't work. If you go, all right, you're grumpy. Good to know. You want to tell me about it? And that's it. Full stop. That's it. You want to tell me about it? No? Okay, well, when you want to, I'm here. I'm going to go hang out with our baby. I'm going to go do some work. When you start to separate that and you totally let go, whatever you feel, whatever you choose, that's not mine. That's yours. That's when they start to grow. We tend to, a lot of women, me included, will rob our partner's ability to grow up from them because we're not letting them do it on their timeline. And we are trying to force their feelings out of them. We're trying to force their growth out of them instead of going, I'm walking this way, babe. And I hope you come with me. And I'm scared shitless that you won't. But I'm going to keep walking either way. I love you. I want you to come with me. And I know I can't make you. Until that's the shift, you can't, they're going to just stay stuck in that dynamic. That feels abstract and vague. Do you want me to give you a real example of how to do that, like in a conversation?
Yeah, and I guess from what you said earlier, you're like, because we only have control of ourselves, it's like, seems like, okay, like I'm here, but we try to put the focus back on ourselves. And that's also a really hard point for me because I'm like recovering people pleaser in all types of relationships. So any example, yeah, would be helpful.
This is gonna be good. Okay, here's my favorite example because it made me so pissed when I started doing this and it worked so well so fast. I was like, this is so frustrating. I wish I knew this sooner. So I translate my emotions to words much faster than my husband. You know, when you're like in an argument and then you can say what you're thinking, but they shut down. Does that happen to you? Or does he blow up more often?
He struggles to communicate emotions. He'd be like, I feel fine. And I'm like, that's not a feeling.
Okay, so this is perfect example. Okay, so then you'll get this. So I'm mad at on a while back, Dan and I were having fun. We were laughing because he had opened the refrigerator. He had 2 cans of sauces in his hand, 2 different sauces in his hand. He has opened the refrigerator, put the sauces in. I walk past him as he's about to put them down, and I see that the Tupperware is in a weird order. And I was like, that needs to be fixed. And so before he could put the sauces in, I dive in front of him to fix the Tupperware without any awareness that he had opened the refrigerator and was holding sauces. So I'm just like in there. And now I'm full playing a game of Tetris with these Tupperware. And my husband stands there and just waits to see how long it's going to take me to realize. And it takes a while. And then I only realized because he starts to laugh, and then I start to laugh, and I'm like, oh my God, you opened the refrigerator and you're carrying sauce. So we're laughing super hard. And I go, this is so funny. And I grab my phone and I'm like, we should record this. It's so funny. And I'm recording. And then, like, out of nowhere, he gets pissed. He's so mad at me. And I'm like, whoa, you seem really grumpy. What's going on? He's like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm like, wait, it's not fine though, because you laughed. It's like 30 seconds ago you were laughing and now you are not laughing. So what's going on? And he goes, I don't know. It's And in the past, I would have gone, is it that I got in front of you? Is it the time that it's taking? Is it how I said that? Did I say something? I would have given him like 16 options of why he had gotten upset. But I learned this and I go, okay, well, I want to know what just happened for you. So when you're ready to tell me, let me know. And I said, because for me, we were having a really good time. And then all of a sudden you got mad and I don't know why. When you're ready to tell me why, I'm ready to listen. Until then, I'm going to go play with our baby. And I literally left. I went to the living room and I played with our baby. I wasn't mad. I wasn't forcing his timeline. I was just like, when you're ready, I'm ready. And I left. And that, like 5 minutes later, I walked back into the kitchen. He goes, I had a lot to do this morning and I got distracted because that was really funny. And then I remembered when you started filming, I was like, oh, I don't have time to film something. I got to go. I can't do this. And so then I started to get annoyed and I was taking it out on you. And I didn't even think about the fact that for you, that would have just looked like I was laughing and then I got mad all of a sudden. He could not have gotten there if I continued to pepper him with all of the questions and all the things. And how do I make you happy again? And how do I make you happy again? And how do I make you happy again? Because that's really what I'm saying when I list those things. That is an example of, I don't have control over you. When you're ready to tell me, tell me. So I experienced it like this. You clearly didn't because you feel something different than me. So I'm going to leave until you're ready to tell me. Sometimes I stay in the room and I'm like, I'm just going to be here, but quiet for a while. And you tell me when you're ready. And that has made his time frame of telling me what he feels so much faster because I'm not controlling him into doing it. However, if he continues to avoid it, I've had instances in the past where we do something like that and then he brings up cars. And I'm like, no, you yelled at me earlier. We're not skipping over that. And how I do that is similar. I'm like, oh, I'm still freaked out about the thing where you got upset at me and I don't know why. So I can't handle a conversation about cars right now. When you're ready to tell me what you were feeling earlier, I'm ready to listen. Until then, I can't really do any other conversation. That's what I'm talking about. And you're taking care of you, not him. And you're inviting him in. You're not forcing him in. And how that works with couples who end up separating is you do that a few times and they never tell you. And you go, I'm not even in a relationship with you. I don't get to see you. If you can't start telling me what you feel, we don't have a relationship. So I don't know how we make this work. I'm going to do my best to be a safe space where when you tell me your feelings, I get curious about them. But I can't force you to tell me your feelings, and I'm not going to try. And after you do that a few times, if they still never do it, your relationship ends up being over. However, it's not a night and day thing. You usually, once you start doing those conversations where you go, when you're ready, so am I. Let me know. That works really freaking well. It's very rare that you end up getting to the point that you're like, okay, you're never letting me in. I'm so glad I see that now. I don't think I'm actually married to you. I think I'm married to a performance that you think I like, but I don't know who you are because you don't show me. That happens less often, and it happens after a while of giving them the space to figure out what they feel. That's a specific example. Was that helpful, or is that also overwhelming?
Yeah, that's helpful. I guess you're just focusing on your experience and owning your part and kind of let them be.
Yeah.
But I guess you want that reciprocated, and this makes me think of an example where um something triggered me. I got emotional and he's like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Oh, I have a lot to do. Like, I don't want to get into this right now." And then he got really pissed at me. He's like, "But I want to know." And I was like, "I'm happy to talk about it, but not right now."
Yeah.
And he kind of wasn't willing to give me space. And then he said, "Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about it later." And as you said, like in your example, you went and played with the baby and you were fine.
Yeah.
He pretended to be fine.
Yeah.
And he was just moody and mad. And as you said, obviously it affects the other person too.
Yeah. I mean, that's an anxious response that he's had. He's like, you need to be in a good mood and then I'll be okay again. You need to
Mm,
talk to me and then I'll be okay again. And that's his work, not yours,
mm,
which is another thing you get to say. Like, hey, you seem mad that I'm upset. I'm not upset about you. I'm not upset at you. You've done nothing wrong. You're allowed to feel bad if you want to. That's not mine. It's okay that you're freaked out. It's okay that you're anxious. It's okay that you're stressed. And I'm not going to be able to solve it for you.
mm,
I want to know what you're feeling and I want to talk about this. I can't right now. I hate that that's helping you get anxious. But that's not, you can't do that for him. The only
mm,
way that you co regulate, that you repair, the order is rupture, regulate, then repair. You can't
mm,
co regulate if you can't self regulate. And when you get anxious and you're like, no, no, tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me, like if he's doing that, you're not going to be able to calm him down. You're going to be able to briefly put duct tape over the hole in the ship. If he can't self regulate, then he's going to be like, when's the next time she's going to be mad? When's the next time she's going to be mad? When's the next time she's going to be mad? Which is the same mentality that gets you to say, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Until you start to have a center and get regulated on your own, you're not going to be able to co regulate. So that's not your work, is what I'm saying. It's frustrating
mm,
and it's annoying and it's not yours to fix. Which sucks.
mm. And it also still makes me think, okay, like what's my impact? Because I used to be that way as well. And yeah, the whole thing.
Regulate, regulate, regulate. The best gift you can give to your partner is having so much safety in yourself that you can be curious with them and that they can feel safe with you. It's also
Mm.
the best gift you can give yourself. I loved your question. And I love you and your energy. And it was really nice to it's really nice to have you up here. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
This is nice to do this for 5 hours because it's like we can tickety talk.
Yeah,
Ooh,
there's no stress.
Dave.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Dave's question for him and then we'll get all the context and all the things.
Okay.
Um, Dave's question is, what if me and my wife see my emotional affair as two different things? She sees it as the worst thing a person could ever do, and I see it as I simply messed up.
Okay. Cool. Can't wait to talk to you. Hi, Dave.
Hey Morgan, how you doing?
Good. How the beard? Hello.
Oh yeah, you know what? Everybody, my family, my mom, my brothers, everybody hates it except for my wife, and that's why I have it.
Oh, and me.
There you go.
Okay.
I love your energy. I love your content. I need your help. We've had not one, not two, but three marriage counselors,
Okay.
and we can't come together on what happened. So that's why we've had three marriage counselors. She perceives what happened, she has it all built up in her mind as something that I don't. She says that I left her and I hate her. I got that this morning. I hate her.
Yeah.
And I hated her at the end of the month. It'll be 2 years since D-Day of this emotional affair that was 99% texting. I was texting with this other woman.
Mm-hmm.
There was no sex talk. There was no sex pictures. There was no meetups. There was zero.
Mm-hmm.
I think I found that I get very into people, very excited. For instance, I have a couple of sisters across town that my parents broke up when I was very young, and we didn't grow up with them.
Mm.
So we barely knew them. I have two brothers, and I had two half sisters across town, and I've come to know them in the last few years, and they're awesome. And I go overboard, and I get too excited with them.
Yeah.
So I think that's what what I was doing with this woman, because it wasn't sex talk. It wasn't, do you like it this way or do you like it that way? Or here's a picture of my thing. Let me see a picture of your things. It wasn't any of that, because my wife has seen every single text, and there was like a million of them. And I guess it's me being nice, checking in with her. How you doing? How's your day going? Did you get outside and get in the sunlight? Stuff like that. So I guess that looks more like love and stuff like that. And what I called it initially 2 years ago almost was infatuation. I was really infatuated. I guess I was crushing on her, but it didn't feel like anything sexual to me at all.
Yeah.
It felt like the best way I could describe it is like a man crush, where I'd have a man crush on, Michael Jordan or something. I love everything he does. He's great. He's awesome. I watch I have his gym shoe, all of that. But it's not sexual. It's just I'm really into him and I like him a lot, stuff like that with a woman. So that kind of,
Yeah.
changes stuff around.
Yeah. I mean, you're describing. Did you see when I talked about cheaters being people pleasers?
Cheaters being
People pleasers.
Oh yeah, I am a people pleaser. Yes.
So
And yes.
what it sounds like she doesn't understand about you. I'm going to talk about that first, and then I'm going to talk about her side of this. So far in my practice, which is self-selective, right? If you're coming to couples coaching or therapy or whatever, you're probably somebody who cares about your relationships. You're not going to be the worst version of this. So everyone that I see who has cheated or betrayed their partner in some way with another person is a people pleaser to the nines, like incredibly charming, really good at caring for people, understanding what their needs are, putting their own needs last, putting their own feelings last, empathizing with people, wowing people. Like the people, when you meet somebody new, somebody who, that what I'm talking about is the profile of the partner who betrays with another person. They are so charming and they're so good at connecting and they're so good at all of this. Except the problem is, in your long-term relationship, you stop being able to do that as consistently. Like it doesn't have the same positive impact. There's something missing. There's not the high. You lose the high of the, when you grab onto someone that you care about and now you're wowing the crap out of them and they feel so loved and they feel so appreciated, and you're like, yeah, that's my purpose, I'm amazing at that. And you don't feel like you get, it doesn't have the same high as it with your committed partner. And it's not that you don't love your committed partner, it's not that you want to leave your committed partner. It's like this thing makes you feel so good and full of purpose and needed, that, and often seen, that it's really hard to stop. And it also feels harmless because you're not doing anything that's on paper wrong. You're being really caring and loving, the kind of person that supposedly your partner likes it when you are being. So you're not really doing anything wrong. That's that's the story I tend to see play out on your side when with the partner who betrays their committed partner. It's a harsh word for the sake of empathizing with you, and I wish I had a better one. But before I move forward from that, I want to know what resonated and what you feel like I'm missing from your experience.
Just, I mean, it seems like you're hitting on it because she's told me there was several times when she saw like maybe I was getting kind of close with this person, and she would ask like, well, what's up with this woman, Bubba? And I'll be like, oh, and I would, just like you just said, I'm thinking it's just this new relationship. It's nothing bad or nothing against her. It's nothing sexual. I'm not strained. That's what I'm thinking. So when she's asking me about it, because she says, well, when I asked you the first time or the third time or the fifth time, you could have just walked away and left her. I'm thinking it's not anything, just exactly what you said. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? I just kind of blow it off, which isn't right. And I'm not saying I call it an emotional affair because there was no physical element to it. There was no meetings or anything like that.
Yeah.
I've had my therapist and marriage saying, that it didn't even qualify as that to them. But my wife has this whole other thing and we can't get together on it. So I was thinking about your last repair lab last week or a few weeks ago, whenever that was. We can't even get together on what the problem is. And that's, we got fired by our last marriage counselor because I'm coming with this and she's coming with that. And
Yep.
she's like, well, I can't help you guys. Sorry. And she let us go.
So
So,
I don't
yeah.
hear the problem as the affair. I'm going to call it the affair because that's what we're calling it. I don't
Sure.
hear the problem as the affair. I hear the problem as currently a lack of skills. So when I say inability, I don't mean you're going to forever be unable to do this, but right now, neither of you understand the experience of the other person. Both of you are fighting to get the other person to understand your experience. You are fighting to say, I'm not a bad guy. I didn't do a bad thing. I didn't have a bad intention. When I realized it was hurting you and I actually got how much it was hurting you, I stopped, and somehow I'm still getting raked over the coals for this. And she is saying, you don't get how much this hurt. You don't get it. You don't get what it felt like to be me. You don't understand what I've gone through inside. You don't understand what core childhood wounds this triggered when you did it. You don't understand the pain that you caused me. So, how can I trust you to move forward if you can't understand the pain, if you can't look me in the eyes and see the pain that I've felt from this and really sit with me in that pain? How could I trust you? That's what she's saying at the same time. And you're both
Yeah.
fighting to be understood, and that's conflict. I love this. I created this for myself and I share it with everybody because it just keeps being true and so powerful. Conflict is fighting to be understood. Connection is fighting to understand. You guys are fighting to be understood all the time. Whenever you go to the couples therapist about this, you're both like, how do I get the other person to understand me? I want to be understood. And that's where you're getting stuck. It does happen to be an emotional affair that you're calling an emotional affair. It doesn't even matter what it is. The skill that you guys get to learn now, if you both choose to, is okay. How do we let go of bad guy, good guy, right, wrong, who deserves what, and instead shift into, I want to know what it felt like to be you. I want to know, how did you get to the place that you made that decision? How did you get to the place that this is what you did? How did I get to the place that this is how it felt? Like, how did it feel to be you is the question that both of you need to be able to answer for each other in order to move forward. And I am guessing the biggest recovery piece in a relationship that's gone through any kind of affair, which is one of my favorite things to have couples come to me having gone through, because it's such a catalyst moment that they tend to be like, oh, we're not living like this anymore. It sucks. an awful dynamic. And so there's this kind of rock bottom breaking point that happens, which inspires like a phoenix from the ashes, different kind of relationship, which is hard when you're the people pleaser. This shift is very hard and absolutely essential, and your life it becomes incredible after this. You change from when you're trained to be a people pleaser and you're really good at putting everybody else's needs before your own, and everybody's feelings before your own, and being charming and wowing and all of this stuff. Your nervous system is programmed that it matters more that somebody is wowed by you and likes you in the moment than it does that they trust you forever. And the only way to move forward from this is two things. One, you both understand what it felt like to be the other person. And two, the new motto that you work towards together is, I'd rather you trust me forever than like me right now. I'm going to tell you the truth about what I feel. I'm going to tell you the truth about what I think. I'm going to tell you the truth about what you said. I'm going to tell you the truth about whatever. And the reason for that is because I'm in this for the long game. And I'm not here to wow you. I'm here to love you forever. I'd rather you trust me forever than like me right now. And being able to hold somebody's negative feeling towards you earns so much trust and respect and love and connection. And the thing that makes you end up having an emotional affair is that you're really freaking good at getting somebody to fall in love with you, to be wowed by you, to have their needs met by you. And to shift into that is hard and also freeing, because you will meet parts of yourself that you've never met before because they were never allowed in front of people. They got punished, they got rejected, they got shamed. And when you start to heal that, and the parts of you that you know might get rejected are welcomed into the relationship, you will notice you stop wanting to do this emotional pull towards other people, because who you are is so full and accepted by the person in front of you.
That makes sense. Um, I'm getting, and it's probably taken too long because I always want to defend, because I do think I'm not the worst person. I've been compared to, the worst people, like the worst.
Yeah.
You talking about emotional trauma. Her dad was not a good guy. He was a very, very, very bad guy. He had kids all over town. He was a junkie. He would beat them, all kinds of stuff. I'm worse than him. I never touched this woman, but I'm worse than him. And there's a list of other people that I'm worse than. And I even told her, why don't you throw in, like some, horrible despot like Hitler or something in there, just being silly. But that's how I feel. We met as teenagers. In May, it'll be 35 years since the day we met.
Oh.
In June, it'll be 25 years that we've been married. We have a huge family. She took my virginity. I'll say it. So everything about me is just her and my kids. I never cultivated a lot of friendships, so I don't have those. Um, so the fact that she's, out of putting herself out of the picture or not accessible to me at times is super hard, super hard.
Yeah.
And she has family in another state that she can, run to whenever she wants to. And it's just it's like you said, it's ugly. And my I'm recently, within say the last 6 months, I'm learning, no matter what I think, she is crushed, heartbroken into a billion pieces.
Yeah.
Now, whether I think I did all that to do all, it doesn't matter, because she is crushed. So I need to understand that, like you said, that makes sense. But at the same time, you said about I'll just give up the truth and say the truth, and she'll be comfortable with me. She wants me to say her version.
Yeah.
I can't do that. She wants me to say, you were leaving, couple more weeks, you guys would have been, at her house doing God knows what. couple more months, you'd have been moved out. She'd have been moved out. My lock, you know, the locks would have been checked. All this stuff
Yep.
that's been completely fabricated
Yeah.
that I never thought. So if I don't cop to that, then I'm a big liar.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. This is how I'm going to give you a very practical response to how to handle this conversation in the future. Does that sound helpful?
Please, please.
Oh, okay. I teach, this is when I teach the mirror game, this is what I teach. So I would call it, it's mirror game with a but statement. So basically you go, okay, even though I didn't have this intention. So you say your truth, even though I felt like this, you did. You did think this. This is your narrative. You thought that I wanted to do this. You know it. So you reflect exactly what you know she felt. And you add, this is so essential, Dave. That makes sense. It makes sense that you would think that because from your perspective, it looked like that's what was going to happen. That makes sense that you would feel that way. Even though that's not where I was coming from, I get that that's what you were feeling. That makes sense. What am I missing? And if she chooses, this was too big of a deal, this is not something she wants to repair, knowing that's really important. And back to the same thing I was saying earlier, you can't control what she decides to do. And if she's like, yeah, and I don't really want you to understand. I don't really want to reconnect. I don't really want to do this. It's painful. But whether or not you accept it, that's hers. It's her choice. And the safest you can be for her is a person who lets her make her choice. And it sounds like you're telling me the solution you already know, which is you need a support system. You need friendships. You need people you can rely on besides just her so that you can be the safe person that allows her to make her choice without feeling like you got to scramble to change it. That's what I heard you say in your words, not. I heard you say, I don't have any friendships. I heard you say, I need more support. So it's devastating when she steps away because I don't have anyone else.
Exactly. Exactly. I grew up with my cousins basically and my older brothers who are kind of way older, you know, but not super older, but um and my closest cousin, we, you know, every day talking, texting, she was kind of involved. She was sanctioning this affair supposedly by my wife saying, but you know,
Oh, yeah.
we don't talk anymore. Um
Mm.
And that goes pretty much for I have a huge family, so all of my cousins. I got 3 years ago, I got a bad medical diagnosis. So, you know, dealing with that, and that was initially the reason I had decided to start talking to this woman because she is a nurse. She had a similar diagnosis to mine, and she's an old friend of the family that I met when I was, you know, probably a teenager. So, oh, go ahead.
Did you say that your cousin stopped talking to you?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is somebody I grew up with. We would talk, we would text 50 times a day. We would talk probably once a week. When this all blew up, coming up on 2 years next week, I think the 28th is 2 years since D-Day. Um, she just stopped. I get maybe she felt complicit in it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I asked her. Since then, I saw the only two times I saw her was funerals. My aunt passed away. My cousin passed away. And I remember grabbing her. I grabbed her and I held on to her like twice. I did it twice. And we're not super lovey-dovey like that.
Yeah.
We're at a funeral. So, and I pulled her and I'm just like, I love you, cuz. Like, what's up? But I don't know. I don't know why she stopped talking to me.
Yeah.
And I can't really pursue it because my wife hates her guts because she thinks she was helping me out with this.
Yeah.
Um and
Yeah.
and she is a single woman, roughly a little bit younger than me, a year younger than me, with no kids, never married. So I've always got, like I said, teenagers when I met my wife.
Yeah.
She's not really, and you have friends or you have family, and their guy or their girl is like, she's okay, she's kind of weird, or she's kind of a flake, or I don't like her, or whatever the case may be.
Mm.
She would every once in a while get a little passive aggressive talking about my wife, and I wouldn't address it because it wouldn't persist. It would just be like a comment, and I would just leave it alone. And my wife sees this on the text as her, talking about me, talking bad about me. She knows this woman. She grew up with this girl. They were little girls together.
Yeah.
So she's making space for her, this my affair partner, and my wife is out the door as far as my wife is concerned. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well,
So
let me I mean, I feel like we're getting stuck. So here's the last thing that I just want to pull back to. You need more connections. You know this. You need friendships. You need connections with people. And
that I think honestly, I think that's the problem.
I don't before you do
I,
one is
I
let your
I'm
wife
in
choose
favor of
whatever.
that. I'm in
Yeah.
favor of that, but I'm scared to try. Like I said, I was trying to reach out to my sisters, and I guess I just poured on too much, and they kind of, because they don't really know me. They're big grown women, they're in their 40s. I
Yeah.
think my one sister, she's going to be 50 this year.
Yeah.
So they grew up without me. They're big grown people that don't know me from anybody, and I'm being overly nice and call me anytime, and hey, let's do this or let's
Right.
go to lunch,
Yep.
and
Yep.
they kind of pull back.
Yeah. And you feel like that's because you are giving more than they want
I think
overall.
so. And I think that's what I was doing in this particular situation. And that's
Yeah.
what got me where I'm at now. And if I
Yeah.
try to make more connections, there's going to be problems and stuff like that.
That's the healing that I'm talking about when I'm talking about the pattern I see between cheater and people pleaser. The self-worth is coming from, can I wow these other people? Can I care for them so hard that I feel worthy of love? I hear the work that you need, and this will open the door to you being able to have more community and friendships, is doing parts work. I would recommend a parts work therapist, but doing parts work to find the part of you that thinks you've got to earn love so hard so that you can really meet yourself and love yourself. I think that's your next step. And starting to find community, starting to find places where you can dare to be you. We've lost. Am I losing you? Can you hear me? Nod. I think we're losing you. That's my key takeaway is back to the whole people pleaser tie to when you tie affairs and people pleasing are tied together because it's getting your worth from wowing another person and feeling like love is something that you have to earn. And when you run out of ways to earn it with the person you're with, you, without even knowing it, you go and earn it, try to earn it from someone else. And what you're describing, what we lost him, but I'm going to finish this for people who need to hear it. What you're describing is that's how you know to relate to everyone, from the sisters and the friends and the cousins. It's like the only way I can get you to be my friend is if I wow the crap out of you. And that's something deep inside you. There's a little boy in you who was not loved exactly as he was, not for who he was. And until you can do that to you, you're not going to be able to have calm, secure relationships with anyone, whether it be your wife or your friends. And the way that I recommend doing that is parts work. It's not a forever, it's not like a talk therapy where you go for decades. It's like often a 12 session thing where you meet all of you, and then that sets you up for secure relationships. I think that is your next step. Okay. He said that makes sense, but you're muted.
Yeah. No, what you're saying, I'm sorry, I had to relocate. My phone was about to die, so I had to plug it in. So I'm sorry about that. I was listening the whole time and I was trying to respond, but the mute button was, I guess you guys got it over there. But no, I didn't want to get disconnected because I was definitely listening and I need all the help I can get right now. But I hear everything you're saying and I'm pouring myself into her and us, and I've done all the grand gestures. I've spent a ton of money
No more of that.
throwing money at the problem, which I know that doesn't fix anything, but thousands and thousands of dollars. And that doesn't work. I did a lie detector test. That doesn't work. I did everything. I did everything you could think of. I've tried. And
But
I don't at this point I don't know. We can't even come together on anything. So
yeah, and
she's convinced that I hate her, that I tolerate her because we've been together for so long. I care for her, all these things. And the crazy thing is, it's like Groundhog's Day.
yeah, but Dave,
The day
I'm
will
gonna
start horrible.
I
Oh,
gotta
go
pull
ahead,
you
go ahead.
I gotta pull you back because I think we're gonna end up talking in circles and we're gonna land back at the same place,
Okay, go ahead, go
which
ahead.
is stop pouring into her and start pouring into you. And when I say pouring into you, I mean doing the work. Go to do parts work. Meet the money you were gonna spend on wowing her. Heal yourself because no one will feel safe in a relationship. Whoa, with you until my mic fell apart. No one will feel safe in a relationship with you until you feel safe in a relationship with you. And you don't. You're finding other people to make you feel safe with their love, but you're not giving yourself that. And until you do, no one can give it to you either. I know it sucks, but that's the next step. We'll send you there's a guy named Eric that is one of my mentees. He's amazing at parts work. He has a 12 session thing. I don't get paid by him or anything like that. He's so good. We'll give you the link. I think we have
Thank
your
you. Thank you.
yeah.
Like I said, I appreciate it. I can use all the help I can get. Um, I think my wife initially sent you to me to watch, so I don't know if I didn't even check if she's watching or not. I don't know. I'm here for the long haul. She thinks I'm just, you know, going through the motions. I'm not.
And
Um, oh, go ahead.
well, and it doesn't matter. No longer does it matter what you think. So your next step has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with creating enough safety in you that no matter what she chooses, you're okay. Even if you're grieving, you're okay. That's
That's
your next
hard.
step. Yes.
That's extremely hard.
Yes. And it's the only thing that will work.
I think mostly because I don't have a support system.
And you're not going to be able to get that until you start feeling you. Because when you reach for a support system, what they will feel is a man who is drowning and is about to take them down with you. Whereas if you start to do parts work and you make enough safety in you, when you reach out to them, it's a man who knows how to swim and wants to swim alongside somebody. I can
Okay.
tell you have a great heart. I can tell how much you care. And I can hear that you were trained that you have to earn love and you need to pour everything out. And that is killing you.
It is. It is.
That's your next step. And that you will be able to build a support system when you start doing that. That is your next step. That is where I would put my money. That's where I would put my time. That's where I would put my energy. You will experience life in a way you haven't gotten to. So yeah, I think we have your email. I'm really going to send you this guy.
Please.
And
Please.
I hope you do some work with him. Thank you for your vulnerability and for being here. We need to move to the next question, but this
Okay.
was thank you for trusting me.
Oh, for sure. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate it. And thank you for the good heart comment. I get that from my therapist and the marriage people. And again, I don't think my wife likes that. I guess I'm charming the pants off of people, apparently. And the fact that you or one of our therapists or marriage person doesn't say immediately, oh my God, you're a terrible person for what you did. When they like me and they tell me something similar to what you said, she doesn't like them. That's why I've had 3 therapists and we probably had 3 marriage counselors, because I guess I'm super charming and I'm giving this whole smokescreen and they all love me and she hates that and she resents that.
It's just an imbalance. You're spending so much effort on wowing people and making them like you that you disappear. That comes from a good heart who cares about people that was never cared for themselves. So then it gets toxic. And to detoxify that, you have to start pouring into yourself and doing this parts work and meeting yourself and loving yourself and becoming secure. You've got a good heart. You don't have security right now, but you can. That's an achievable thing.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Who do we have coming up? Also, this completely fell apart again. I can't.
Classic.
I can't seem to figure. I can't. Yeah. Okay. Good thing
That's
that
all
we
right.
got this new mic that's louder and it's on my lapel. This is just a problem because I spent so much money on this stupid microphone and it ends up being quiet and I don't know how to fix it. So then I got this which is louder and is working better, which makes me upset because I paid so much money for this. But it fell apart, so who cares?
All right. I just want to say to everybody, it has been some incredible questions coming. So keep them coming. It's been amazing.
Okay, I'll try to be faster too, because I was like, we got 5 hours and I'm spending a long time with everybody. And I know that's not fair to all the people who are asking questions. So I will stop doing quite as intense laser coaching and just like answer next time.
Okay. We have a question from Brian. I'm going to pull up Brian, ask the question myself, and then we'll get some more context. We'll get some all the stuff. So Brian asked, as men, we struggle with the balance of being vulnerable and feeling seen without losing their sense of masculinity, at least in the eyes of our female counterparts. We'd love to be vulnerable, feel seen, and fully chosen, but that underlying thought is always there. So as a woman, what do you believe would be the best approach to having our partner understand us, yet still being grounded in the man we know we are?
I just saw your bolo tie that I bought you for your birthday and I got so excited. Addie's wearing the bolo tie that I bought them for their birthday. But great. I love this question. Hopefully if we clip this, so somebody can edit out my insanity. You're saying I want to be vulnerable, but when I try, it doesn't get received well. What actually happens?
So I think kind of towards the point that I was mentioning earlier, this idea that men have to kind of be the strong one, have to be the one that shows up in the best way possible all the time. And then when we're told, hey, at the same time, you can't show your vulnerabilities to women because they don't want that. They want to have somebody who they can rely on and all. And I've been told that multiple times too. There was one instance recently where, because I'm still dealing with that issue with my broken ankle, I was talking to the doctor and everything was going great. And my ex at the time asks my mom how I'm doing. And my mom asks me, how are you doing? She wants to know. But remember, don't be too honest because she doesn't want to know that. Just let her know you're doing great.
Oh my, okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, in that case, I'm doing great. But that's kind of the thought, right? Like, we would love to say, you know what, I'm doing terrible. Like, I'm having a rough mental day or whatever.
Yeah.
But we kind of also have to be, again, the strong one, standing, being totally okay.
Question about your mom. Is
Mhm.
she somebody who says she's great all the time, or does she say her emotions?
She's starting to get better.
So she says she's great all the time.
She's been that, but I've been the one to kind of change that on her.
Okay, so this doesn't even sound like a masculinity thing. This sounds like a mom who believed her feelings didn't matter. So then, without meaning to, she trained you that no one will ever care about your feelings.
Mhm.
And her default, because we treat others the way we treat ourselves, even though we deny that, it is true.
Mhm.
When somebody asks how you're feeling, your mom goes, "Remember, honey, they don't care."
Mhm.
That has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the fear your mom has had her entire life that she wanted to protect you from sharing your feelings, and people just reject you for it. So I'm curious what the masculine male component is to that as
So-
well.
well, because we've talked about this on my podcast too, where like men have a rough time expressing their feelings and all. Um, and then this is the other added thing. So I'm Hispanic. In the Hispanic community, it's like, you know, you don't have feelings. They don't exist. Mental health, that's a myth. You know,
Yeah.
you just kind of put up, shut up, you deal with it and you move on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this like thing where it's rough to be totally vulnerable and totally seen
Yeah.
because again, you don't have that as a Hispanic, but then
Yeah.
as a man too, you
You know
know.
what you have instead? You don't get feelings, you get stories. That's what men get.
Mhm.
And so what you say instead of "I'm annoyed" is "you're annoying." What you say instead of "I'm frustrated" is "you're frustrating," or "that's frustrating." Or what you say instead of "man, I'm so embarrassed I can't figure out how to work this thing," you say "stupid piece of crap."
Yeah.
That's how men are taught. So it's so interesting because when all of those sentences that I just said mean the man is the victim. The man is the victim of this piece of crap thing that's not working. The man is the victim of this annoying person. The man is the victim of this frustrated person. And when you put it like that, you're like, oh my God, that's the least masculine thing ever. I don't want to live as a victim. But what's trained to men even more is what's less masculine is having a feeling. So be a victim of somebody instead of having a feeling. And that one tweak is like the hottest, most powerful tweak in how you speak when you can say, I'm frustrated about that, but I know you weren't trying to frustrate me. I'm just gonna I gotta go regulate myself. If you can just switch from "that is" to "I am," that's an incredible first step to even know what the hell you're feeling, because your brain's been trained, well, men's brains have been trained, and honestly a lot of women have been trained their whole lives. You have no feelings, you're really calm, but sometimes things are stupid and you need to fight them. You fight those stupid things. And when you shift to the feeling, like, I'm feeling annoyed, not "you are annoying." I'm feeling frustrated, not "you are frustrating." It really helps because it also frees you to have that. Because if you're a good man, you're like, I don't want to tell you you're annoying. I'm nice. But I can't think that I'm annoyed because then now I'm the problem.
Mhm.
It's the same. Like I'll hear when I hear fights. It's the same thing when I'll hear men say this way more than women. You're being dramatic. You're being irrational. You're being emotional, as if we're not constantly all in a state of emotion as humans. And and really that means I'm overwhelmed, I'm confused, I'm embarrassed that I missed the mark and now you seem to be upset. I'm embarrassed that I don't know how to solve this. If you can change all of the "that is" and "you are" statements to "I am" statements, like that's the game in your head. That's been an incredible first step to figuring out what the hell you're actually feeling. Not just for the men I work with, for me, I was really proud to have no emotion. I was very lucky because it's lucky because of my job now. I don't know that it was actually lucky, but I was trained to be an incredible male boss by my dad. My dad was like, "You're going to be a lawyer and you're going to be the president. And how you do that is you have no feelings." And I was like, "Got it, Dad." So I learned a lot of like the same stuff. And then I had to go through the same process of being like, oh, shoot, I think everyone's annoying Not that I'm annoyed. I don't want to be annoyed. That's awful. I can't be that person. And that was the first and most helpful trick to me, because somebody would say, "What are you feeling?" And it felt like they were asking me, "What did you do on the second Tuesday of January in 2021?" And I'm like, I technically know I was there, but I have no idea, because I hadn't spent my life naming the sensation with the feeling. So I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Stop asking me. Like, what is your problem? Why are we focusing so much on emotions? Let's be objective. Let's be logical. Why are you taking it here? Which is now so embarrassing, because that's not logic. That's like a partial truth, avoiding the emotion part. So shifting from you are and that is to I am is my favorite first step tweak to find out what you're actually feeling.
So then would it be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but would it be then kind of not relying on the other person to validate the feelings or whatnot,
At first,
but
yeah.
right. So then self-regulating and then voicing, this is what I was feeling, this is what I'm going through.
Oh, I would do before that. So this is my favorite statement. It's how I teach gentle boundaries. I'm feeling fill in the blank. So I'm going to fill in the blank.
Mm.
I'm feeling fill in the blank. So I'm going to fill in the blank. Before you go regulate, is vulnerable, because you're inviting them in on the experience, while also not putting the responsibility on them to solve your feeling, makes people feel safe around you having a feeling. Because when I say I'm sad, I'm not saying, and you need to fix it.
Mm.
I'm saying I'm sad and I'm brave enough to let you see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's different, because I'm telling you what I'm going to go do about it.
Right.
And so now you trust my vulnerability. You're not scared of my vulnerability. I'm not putting it on you. It really helps that process. Thank you for asking the follow-up. That was great.
Yeah, no, and I think that that's very helpful because again, it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I have these feelings, I don't know what to do about them, but rather, no, there's a fix to it, and and restructuring that, I think would be absolutely helpful. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it is. If you should watch, I've seen Rick Glassman do this, or like clips of him, and there's a clip of Machine Gun Kelly doing a Rick Glassman is a comedian. Machine Gun Kelly is the musical artist. Machine Gun Kelly's on a photo shoot thing, and he goes, he does this incredible. He does that. He's like, "Oh wait, I'm feeling really nervous that you thought I was upset with you then, but I was just down to business. I'm not. I'm not actually mad. I hope you know that." And she was like, "Oh my God, hi." And all of the comments were women being like, "Oh my God, hot, 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 vulnerable, hot, hot, hot." And the difference, why women love it, is when you go, "I have this feeling and I'm doing this about the feeling," is vulnerable, but it's not saying it's now your job.
Mhm.
That shift really is that is the like bridge to connection.
Mhm.
I'm just saying more. You didn't ask me a follow-up question. I just got excited.
No, 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 that was great. I love it.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Which, by the way, I am going to say I might have a fix for that mic problem that you have. So I can email the team later and see what's going on.
Really? That would be great. Well, now I've got multiple. It's my stand has fallen apart. The volume doesn't work. But I would love that. Please help us. That would be amazing. Thank you,
I
Brian.
will. Thank you.
And I can see you doing podcasts. Look at this framing. I'm sad that you're not being streamed on YouTube right now, because it's gorgeous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I'm like, I gotta upgrade my stuff.
It looks great.
Blurry. Thanks.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready. I love this. I'd love this. Also, you guys are taking breaks when you need to, right? Addie, Emma, when you need to eat lunch or bio break. Take care of yourselves. Okay.
Okay. Next up is Alex. Alex's primary question is, my question about men and relationships is I have this chronic strong drive to bring the sensitive and tenderness in, more avoidant men to the surface. Okay, I did a bad job of reading this. I have this chronic strong drive to try to bring the sensitive and tenderness in more avoidant men to the surface in my relationships to help them feel safe in their emotions. I know it's not my job, but it really moves me deeply to connect with such people and to see them open up. Is this about my own self-worth issues, or could it be a genuine calling? What do I do to stay safe and regulated?
Yep.
Girl,
Hi.
I feel like you know what I'm gonna say. Maybe. What
Maybe.
makes you think it might be a calling?
That I feel like I love it. Like I like besides any, I don't know. I don't feel that it's necessarily pathological. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm feeling. That I feel like I really, really love seeing people who are hardened soften. Like it's very, very dear to me. Very
Yeah.
dear experience.
And you including with your primary partner. You want that.
It's yes, it's I feel like it's I don't know. Sometimes I'm thinking maybe the calling is to be in a like therapy role, in a healing role, as a professional. But then also, I feel like there is something different. There is something deeper in when there is actually a personal connection. When the means by which
How
people safe is through the interaction that you do have. I don't know.
how
It's really beautiful.
how freely did your caregivers, your parents, your loved ones when you were a kid, how freely they give you love and acceptance?
Not at all.
Yeah, babe. It's a trauma response.
Yes.
And that can help be something that you're gifted at in your career.
Yeah. But
But
but I should keep it away from personal relationships.
you learned that the harder love is to earn, the more valuable it is and the more trustworthy it is. If they were hardened and you finally soften them, that must be real. And that's not how love
Yeah.
works. Love is and your parents probably did a really good job of convincing you that when they didn't give you love, you didn't deserve it. And actually, they just didn't have it to give in that moment. And it embarrassed them. And so they said it was your fault.
I mean, I know this side. I know this side of it. Yes, true. I knew you would say that. But I don't know. Isn't there another side to it? Isn't there some beauty to it?
Uh, there is. It's like a drug. It's such a high. I was the same. I loved it. I loved it. It was a high. It was addictive. Loved melting the hearts of the men who were avoidant and didn't let anybody in, and they let me in, and I just healed them. No, I didn't. We
Hmm.
can't do that. We can't, even as a professional, people will call me a healer and people will call me a heart opener. I can't do that. It is a door
Hmm.
locked from the inside. They have to open it. And what I was doing was staying long enough that on the moment that they opened it, I was like, I'm here and I must have done it. And then it would close again. And I'd go, that's all right. I know how to get this open. I just did it. I'll work harder. I'll work harder and I'll figure it out and I'll soften you again. And I thought it was me and it wasn't me. And it sucked because I felt so good. Oh my God, the high I got when the guy who hates everyone loved me. I was like, loved it. Girl, I mean, I dated a convicted murderer, ex drug dealer. So
Yeah.
I know about, I'm not shaming you. Let me tell you that. But I realized my high and my butterflies were wired for moments like those where I sacrificed myself lying in front of the door to somebody's heart and thinking, my commitment and my compassion and my softness and my kindness was the thing that got them to open the door. And it wasn't. It was the time that they happened to choose it. And I was so desperate that they would choose it for me that I stayed at the door of their heart forever until they opened the door. And then it would close again. Unless they decided to do their own healing. And it was really hard to let go of. And the only way I could figure it out, I wish I had parts work at the time, because I think that would have helped speed it up. But I didn't. I made a vision binder, which I feel like I show on here a lot. Oh my God. Oh my God. I should write it in here, because I changed. Hold on. Give me a second. You guys are going to love this. This is worth the wait. Can I find it again, though, is the thing? Addie, do you know what I'm looking for? My
The
affirmation.
notes that you wrote? Oh, no.
The affirmations for how I started dealing with this. It was like a drug withdrawal. Oh my God, come on. I'm scrolling through the mentorship chat. I feel like I chose the wrong place.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I need Alex to hear this. I feel like, Alex, you're going to love this. Oh my God, I can't find it.
Oh,
Are
I
you
found it.
talking about the basic standards?
Yeah.
Okay,
I got you.
Yeah, I got it too. We beat you.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah.
And then I'll read it.
Are you doing it, Addie?
How did you do this? You're so freaking fast.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay, cool.
I re-put it into, yeah.
Thank you for waiting. Just me staring at my computer. This was a lifesaver for me. But you have to wait till it's your time, because if it's fun right now, girl, go for it. And you just,
Not so fun right now.
It's not fun right now?
Not so fun right now. Right now I'm at the low end of the slope. But yeah.
Yeah, because it's truly like a drug. It's such a high and such a crash. That's what keeps us coming.
No, the last time I actually kind of broke this pattern, in the sense that I ended it. I wasn't like, I didn't wait for it to end from the other side. I just realized that that's where this is going. Like, there is no way that we can balance it. But this is a hard place to be as well. And the thing I'm wrestling with now, like, I'm not wrestling with the rejection this time, because I took the initiative for this, but I am wrestling a lot with my loyalty, because what I was talking about before has a lot to do, I think, with like seeing the preciousness in this kind of person. Like, for me, it's very, very obvious in a way, when I see this kind of tenderness just hiding under the surface. It just feels like this person is so precious and so dear to me, and all this loyalty is really, really helpful to move through, to move to someone else, to move to something else, and just leave them behind. It doesn't feel good right now, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, why would I abandon this person when I can see that they're hurting?
Yes.
And that's because it's not a hurt you can fix. And you staying enables it. It doesn't heal it.
You think so?
Yes. Yes, I do. They use you like a band-aid and a crutch, not like a human who let love them. Because healing is something that no one can do for you, but that you can't do alone. And you know that second part to be true. You know they need somebody to love them, but they have to open the door. It's how it works. You can't love them hard enough that they'll let you love them.
Like, we have this contradictory thing in therapy talk, where we always say that, like, it starts with us, but then at the same time we always say that, like, healing is relational, and it can only have relation to other people.
It's this. Okay,
and I can't find the balance for my
I'll tell you the balance right now, girl. Okay, because I've thought about this a million times. Healing is something no one can do for you, but that you cannot do alone. What I mean by that is, your heart is a room with infinite doors. All of them are locked from the inside. The only things that get in are the doors that you open, and the way you open them is how you treat yourself. And what heals us is first having to open the door from the inside. That's why you can't love the other person hard enough that they'll let you love them. They have to open the door. And then when you love them, it will make an amazing impact. But you can't do anything to get them to open the door. So you can't do it for them. You can help them when they're there. You can be beside them and loving them. And here's the freaking crazy thing. And this is so hard for people to get, but has proven true over and over and over again. People don't need to be fixed. They don't need advice. They don't need. What they need is when they show you a part of them that was once rejected, punished, criticized, etc., something negative, that they are terrified you are going to reject, judge, punish, criticize, leave out to dry, whatever. They see you, that you see that in them, and you lovingly witness it. You don't change it. You don't fix it. You don't criticize it. You just lovingly see it. You don't heal it for them. You do nothing except lovingly witness it. That's what heals somebody. And you cannot witness something for someone until they let you see it, until they let you in, until they ask you to see it. The first step has to be them opening the door for you to walk in. You can't bang that door down. It won't work. It'll just scare them, and it'll make them believe you that, yeah, maybe if you did love me hard enough, I would feel loved. And you will become the villain in their life in one way or another, because you've both decided it's on you, not them. And that is so
But then
disempowering.
With the thing that you're talking about right now, I have been actually thinking about that. I have been thinking about the avoidance under this lens in itself. And I was thinking, like, can you just sit and witness and love the avoidance? And this is what has been like pulling me a lot to this direction, actually. But like, can I just see this thing that they have put on to protect themselves and just love that for them?
Yeah, unless
And
you're
what
doing,
to do
but
to
if
me, and
you
safe
are
to do.
when you describe this, I
Mm.
hear, can I abandon myself enough to sit with them? I do not
That's the
hear, can I have security in myself enough that when they come by with avoidance, I go, oh, I understand why you have that. And I let them keep going. I hear you grab on to the avoidance and go, carry me with you, carry me with you. I love you, I love you, I love you. That
Yeah.
isn't lovingly witnessing. That is grasping something that is asking you to let go of it. And the number one criteria, I had to work so hard on this. The number one criteria, this segues into it. So how I started to heal this, because the high was great, is I went, all right, number one criteria for anyone that I date is they are very into me. They are into me. I do not have to earn their love. I don't have to convince them to treat me well. They are so into me. That is my number one criteria. And if you are not into me, you are not asking me to be in your heart, then you're not a bad person, but you're not my person. And I'm not going to waste what I also used to call loyalty was a way to remain disloyal to myself because I didn't think I deserved it. But if I'm loyal enough to you, maybe you'll be loyal to me. That's really what was under there. I was being not loyal to myself. I was not caring for myself. I was not a secure person because I was abandoning myself constantly. And of course, I was terrified of abandonment. I was doing it to myself all day, every day. So my first step was, I got to get right with me and secure me and safe in me. And my number one criteria for somebody who dates me is they are very into me. And if they are not, even if I'm into them, even if I have butterflies, even if I see how amazing they are and electric they are, and I write them a 3-page letter that I then hide under my bed and tear up because I know I shouldn't send it, I'm still not going after them. I can let the show go crazy in my head about how we would be amazing together. But if they're not into me, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And that was my number one. So I wrote this down. Alex, I wrote this down. This is what made me meet Dan. I can't believe it. It's so cool. So I wrote down these affirmations. He is very into me. It's my number one criteria. He's into me. These are my basic standards. I'm madly in love with a man who is madly in love with me. He believes in growing and learning. He prioritizes our relationship, and he shows that through consistent words and actions. Not just like he says, I prioritize you. He showed up. He gave me, he made planned dates. He wanted to spend time with me. He asked me questions. It was so clear that he was into me. If I wrote down the things he did and said on paper, it was clear he was into me. And then the dream that I wanted to create with him, like, this is not stagnant every day, but the dream is, these are the goals we both share. We don't pretend to feel anything or be anyone other than who we are, because our greatest work is accepting each other, not changing each other. We laugh, we play, we have incredible sex and intimacy. We slow dance in the kitchen. We yes and each other's dumbest jokes. We linger on hellos and goodbyes. We kiss each other whenever we get the chance. And when we don't align with any of this, we do not punish ourselves or each other. We do not blame. We get curious with ourselves and with each other instead. I read that every morning and every night. And when I started dating Dan, at the same time I was dating this attorney, they both knew. I was like, when you're dating, I would read that every morning and every night, and I would always be like, that's Dan. I did not have butterflies for Dan, because my body is wired to get excited about the guy who doesn't show up for me. I didn't have butterflies for Dan. I don't believe in butterflies. I think they suck, because you're wired for whatever the excitement thing. It's not the real. So I would read that and be like, that's Dan. That is Dan. But the attorney, though, maybe that could be him. And pretty quickly I was like, every morning and every night I'd read that and I go, it's Dan, though. It's Dan. And I stopped dating the attorney and I started like going all in on Dan, and then we were dating and it was just amazing, and he aligned with that, and our love kept growing and growing. And I feel embarrassed to share this when my friends are like complaining about they have a kid and they're miserable, and of course the relationship is bad, and I'm like, I'm more in love with my husband than I've ever been. We have better sex than we've ever had. We're tighter than we've ever been. Like, we are. Our love can't stop growing because we both want to make it grow. If I was dating people that I needed to convince to love me, that's not a long-term solution. That's a drug. I get a high every time you let me in. I don't want that. I want a life of adventure where our drama is not so much between us. It's us in the world together, adventuring together. And we got something weird or wrong, we want to get back on the same page and be in love again. That is what I want. I don't want my life to be consumed in trying to pursue somebody who will finally maybe love me. No. And I had to get mad about it with myself and be like, this is not the life we're doing. And I had to shift. But you got to do it on your timeline, when you're ready, when you're like, I'm sick of this. I know what I want my future to look like. And I'm glad that I did all that stupid stuff with people. I mean, it was fun. I pursued people I shouldn't have pursued. I had relationships I shouldn't have had. I learned so much. I grew so much. I had fun. I was on drugs, and now I'm recovering. You know what I mean? I feel like a recovering alcoholic. Like, I was so into that high, and I needed to hit the point that I was like, this isn't worth it. This isn't the life I want, and I'm going to get stuck in this cycle. That story that you hear from every addict of, I hit that point where I went, oh, this is just Groundhog Day. This is just the same awful cycle over and over again. And I keep putting a new person in that role. But my goal is just to make them wowed by me and loved by me. And they finally let me in, and I soften their heart, and I'd sing. And now I'm back to doing it again. I'm back to doing it again. I am the main character of my one life, and I am wasting it on people who don't see me as a main character. They see me as a side character that they may or may not want in their life. I had got an email from my friend. This is when I was dating the ex drug dealer, convicted murderer, and he had cheated on me. It's a whole thing. And I was committed, and I was saying, I'm committed and I'm loyal, and this is what you need in a relationship. And my best friend sent me an email that said, you did not ask for this, but I can't consider myself a good friend if I don't say it. Who convinced you this is the love that you deserve? We're talking so much about what he needs and the heart that he needs softened and the person he needs. What about you? Who convinced you that your role in this life is just to heal other people and to not have a life of your own, to not have a good love of your own? Who convinced you this is the love you deserve? And I broke up with him that day.
I hear you so much. I hear you very deeply. The only thing is, I am at a point in my life where I feel like I want to believe that people are precious and that each and every individual person is really precious. And
They
I
are.
just don't want to see people as interchangeable and as like things you can just leave behind. This is what is keeping it difficult for me right now. That I feel like when I meet someone and we
Hold on.
touch each
You think
we cannot.
you think that if you leave a relationship, that is you saying that they're not precious?
If I abandon it, yes, in a sense, yes. That like I just
Whoa!
decided that it was not precious enough.
Rewind.
Yes,
You think that you leaving a relationship is abandoning them.
yes,
You cannot abandon an adult. You can't. You can leave them. You can't abandon them. And changing your relationship from being committed to them to not is not leaving them behind. It's no longer leaving yourself behind.
yeah. It just feels like it's not like I'm downplaying the preciousness of this whole entire other human being. That's just the thing that is keeping me very sad, I guess.
Because you think we're saying he's not or she's not, I don't remember, precious.
Yeah, I think if I just move on like nothing happened, uh, then he's not precious. Yeah.
And you think what I'm saying is move on like nothing happened.
What is it?
Do you think you're precious?
Yes, I want us both to be precious, actually. This is what I would hope to
Yeah.
feel like I'm honoring that. I want to feel like I'm honoring that I am precious and that he is precious in this specific example, in this specific case. But yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not, again, it's got to be on your time, but I'm hearing it's got to be when you want to. You're saying that if you do not take responsibility for them and how they feel and their healing, you're not treating them as precious. I'm going to give you a hard truth. That's treating them like a child.
Yeah,
You
that's true.
seeing the child in people is beautiful. Dooming
Yes.
them to remain a child is when you think my responsibility is to heal you. When I see
Yeah.
the child in you, I see your beauty and I believe in the ability you have to live in this world and to be full. And I love that I get to see it. If I see the child in you and I say, I'll heal that, I am saying you can't, but I can. I am taking your
You
power away from you.
exactly placed it. I see the child in this person so hard, and I am mistaking that for my responsibility to not abandon it, to heal it, but it's his.
Yeah,
Yes.
and when we do what you and I love to do, we make it so that we enable them abandoning themselves. Because
Yeah.
what we're saying with our actions is, I'll heal it for you, I'll take care of it for you, I'll do it for you. And what that says to them is, you can't, you won't, you don't love you, you can't take care of you. Saying, encouraging them when they take care of themselves, that's healthy. Taking care of that inner child for them, that's what becomes toxic.
Oof, and it's such a sensitive balance between the two. Like, where am I treading? Where have I passed the line? This is the difficult work of being human, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's if you are just if you are just accepting and witnessing, that's healthy. If you're doing literally anything else, it's not.
Mhm.
Healthy relationships are far more about helping the other person care for themselves than they are about caring for the other person. And when you shift into trying to care for the other person, you've gone into the territory that you and I have gone into in the past. Thank you for your vulnerability in your question and withstanding some real tough love there, girl. That was
Thank you so much. It has been really, really, really precious and insightful, and I will think on it a lot. Thank you very much.
good. I adore you. You're so lovely.
Thank you.
I hope, yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay! I got food. We should just warn people with misophonia not to hang out. My friend Jen would just be so sick if I ate at the same time. Back in 5 is still showing. Look at us go. We're like Hassan Piker. Are we back?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Hello. Look at that. We got 57 people in here. That's so cool. Probably less because we got users, but like 50 something. Slurp noodles. I need to send you. I don't have access to my phone though, because it's doing Instagram right now. We can put Eric's link in the chat. Eric. Boom, 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 boom. Look how great that is. That's for Dave, that link. Parts work. And anybody in here who really related to that and was like, oh, let's do some parts work. Eric is a master. He's gifted. It just needs to be screwed on, Brian. But it's like I have to move the entire thing. I don't know how to explain that better than thing. But I have to twist the whole thing, is my understanding. Just chaos in here. Do we have questions?
Yes, we do.
Prepped?
Yes,
What
we do.
CEU, Continuing Education Unit? Orion the Wizard? Talking to Instagram now. Okay, I'll eat while you talk. While you read it. Have you? Well, yeah. Is that cool?
Sure. Okay. Our next question is from David. I'm going to, okay, so David says, I've been trying to save my relationship, and my partner tells me that the problem is that I want to fix it. How do I navigate this? And some of the additional context, actually, I don't think the additional context would all be helpful for me to just read out. I think it would be more helpful.
Can you say the question again?
Yeah. I've been trying to save my relationship, and my partner tells me that the problem is that I want to fix it. How do I navigate this? I don't know what else to do. He's almost resentful towards me for wanting repair. I don't want to lose him. In my heart of hearts, I think he is the one, but it doesn't seem like there is a path forward because he's unwilling to collaborate.
And the question part of that is, what do I do about this? Okay. Hi, David. Awful place to be in. Jeez Louise, you're just going for it. You're trying to do everything. It sounds like you're doing everything you can to make it work and to show up. And then you even trying and showing up gets received as negative. And so you're like, what do I do with that? What am I missing?
Yeah, I don't know. Even just listening to the last two people, I was taking in a lot from that.
What landed?
It's almost like identifying the problem, identifying a problem is then internalized and then externalized because I identified a problem, and then in turn, that means you're a problem, and if I'm a problem, then actually I'm not the problem, you are. Kind of a loop.
Yeah.
To the point where it's starting to get very weaponized, versus it started to get antagonistic versus I think creating confusion to throw me off their scent kind of thing.
You're saying, so you're basically like, hey, you hurt me. How do you identify the
Or
problem?
identify a pattern that's not working.
Hey, this problem
Get
helps me
curious
out as
with
well.
me. Yeah.
And then they go, well, that's on you.
Yeah, your feelings are your responsibility. My feelings are my responsibility. I'm not responsible for anybody else's feelings in the relationship.
Yes.
Repair is stupid.
Repair is stupid is on the list of things that is said.
Yeah. But now backtracks it and says that was never said. It's just like one of those things, like if any accountability is presented,
Okay.
it's then internalized as deep, deep shame and then weaponized back at me.
Okay. Here you're saying, hey, I see this pattern that hurts
Yeah.
both of us. Let's figure out how to make it not happen again. And then he says, why are you blaming me for this? You're a problem.
Yeah.
And then you're like, but I'm
Which
not.
isn't what,
And
yeah.
you're like, but I'm not blaming you. And he's like, yes, you are. And also, why are you putting your feelings on me? You need to regulate those yourself. And I need to regulate mine myself. Why are you expecting so much of me? And why are you trying to fix me all the time?
Yeah, when I'm not trying to fix anything, I'm just trying to like,
Okay.
yeah.
And then that's what you say after. He's like, why are you fixing me and putting expectations? And you're like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand each other's feelings.
Yeah.
And then that's where he goes, your feelings are your responsibility and mine are mine.
Yeah. Or it's about specific instances where it's like, oh, this is evidence of the pattern that I've been talking about. And then it turns into a semantics debate almost. It's litigation. It's exhausting. When it's just like if you spent even just like 10 seconds of that energy to try to understand instead of defend yourself when there's nothing to defend yourself against. Like nobody is attacking you. Nobody's saying you're a bad person. Nobody's saying you're less than.
Yeah.
You're incapable of like any of those things. And it doesn't matter if I like sandwich it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn. What makes you if this feels like the way every repair attempt goes, what
Yeah.
makes you stick around for these?
I guess the highs of it all, and being able to like intellectualize through what's actually happening.
You
And it wasn't until recently where I just like stopped trying to intellectualize it and stopped showing patience and was more like, I can't do this anymore. And then because I said that, all of a sudden I was started getting villainized left and right.
Mm.
So I'm trying to like return it at least back to a center place where there isn't this finger pointing happening. And
Yeah.
now it's like, oh, because you want to fix it, that's the problem. When I say what do you resentful towards me, and what's stopping you from like collaborating with me, it's uh because you want to fix it.
Yeah. It's the classic. Well, you're the one who's upset and unhappy with you're the one with the
Yeah,
problems. So why
yeah,
are you putting it on me?
yeah. But then also told that I've like silenced him our entire relationship, which is just like the opposite. I'm the one always asking questions. How you feel? How do you feel about this? And then I'm told I shouldn't be asking how you feel about this kind of
Yeah.
thing. It's
Door
just
open from
like,
the inside. The only
yeah,
things that get in are the things that align with the way he's treating himself already.
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter how much of an angel you are, which I know that you're a human and have probably stumbled a lot in the process.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But even if it doesn't, however he's treating himself is how he's going to let you treat him. It's what's
Yeah.
going to actually get in. And the question you're asking is, what do I do with the question you originally asked was, what do I?
How do you respond to somebody who's saying the problem is I feel resentful towards you because you want to fix it? I don't know how to respond to that. I'm struggling to respond to that without feeding back into the loop.
Well, what's your goal for you?
To have a healthy partnership with somebody, preferably him, but also to walk away from it without regret. For like, because it's almost to the point of like regretting meeting him at all. Like it's gotten that unhealthy.
Yeah. And the thing that will help you, the thing that you think will help you walk away without regret is if he understands why you're walking away.
I'm not sure. I'm struggling with that answer right now. I'm just kind of stuck on like, I don't even know how to process somebody saying the problem is that you want to fix it. Like I'm just stuck on that. Um, I feel like I can process through pretty much everything else, but just struggling with the fact that like somebody sees a flaw in you, that you want to have a healthy relationship is hard to deal with.
Oh man, yeah, it's the worst because especially if it's somebody you're committed to and it feels like you've really shown yourself to them and yet they still see you as a villain with bad intentions.
Or not that. It's like they have to make you the villain because so much is being stirred up with them when you try to hold them accountable. Or when you say, I'm noticing this unhealthy pattern, it's like, oh, because I noticed that within you, this is coming up within me. And because these negative feelings are coming up with me, I need to take them out of me and put them on you and villainize you just for wanting to fix things. Like
Okay.
it's very confusing.
You can at least rationally, you currently have the ability to hold two things at one time, which is he will see you as a villain and you are not one.
Yeah.
Have positive intentions, and I don't know how
Yeah.
to get him to see that. You're able to.
Well, I know he sees it because there's these gaps in these responses where it's like you're the most loving person I've ever met.
Yep.
Most all these things, compliments, they
Mhm.
make this like whiplash happen.
Yeah. He doesn't know it. You know what's crazy is that he does not understand what's happening. It's fascinating when I'm working with couples and I get to see it from the outside, right? And I'm watching the person who does the whiplashing really doesn't think that they are as cruel as they are. They don't realize that they assassinate the other person's character. They don't realize that they shoot you down and say your feelings don't matter. They don't realize because in that
While
moment,
also accusing me of doing that to him, which is like I haven't done that once. I haven't called him out his name, like
and I
said
that's what I
anything
see.
actually negative.
Yeah, because he's treating himself that way. So whatever you say that might be a kind of similar to that will get matched in as evidence that that's how you treat him. He believes that's the treatment that he deserves. He's terrified that that's true. He's so terrified that it's true that he makes it true. That is what I see happen in couples. And I don't know you both, so I can't actually make that big of a statement about him. I can just say I see that in couples, and it's really confusing to be the partner on the other side because they aren't trying to lie. This is really how they see it. And you're not trying to lie. This is really how you see it. And it gets you like, often it gets this person really confused. Like, I thought we had an amazing day. And then at the end of the day, something happened. Or I thought we were having a healthy conversation, but then suddenly there's like that kind of discombobulation. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, and he kind of sees it as um he's on the opposite side of the equation that you just described, where it's like I bring up something like, oh, that landed weird for me. Just saying that, hey, that landed weird for me. Um, I need like a minute to think about how that landed for me. And just that shift in the energy is one of his biggest problems. Like I need to be
Yeah.
able to say that to myself without verbalizing it out loud because it's so destabilizing for him.
I feel like I don't think you're asking me for advice. I think you know what.
Well, yeah, I do know in the sense of that, but I just don't know how to put my own thoughts into like an organized form in order to be able to like read them back to me. I just end up writing like 20 pages
No.
and going into a loop trying to answer that question.
Answer what question?
Like how do you respond to somebody who says like wanting to fix it is problematic?
How does it make you feel?
What was that?
How does it make you feel?
Um, like I'm just in a double bind. Like the only thing to do is let go,
Mm.
which is fine. I don't, I just don't conceptually understand that statement of like it's problematic that you want a healthy relationship, or it's problematic, or just saying repair is stupid alone. I don't know how to.
What's important about understanding it?
Um, I guess understanding leads to acceptance.
So if you can understand why he says that, then maybe you can accept the fact that he says that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then be able to disconnect and walk away, I guess.
Hmm. So the place you're stuck at is that the thing you're hoping will happen is you can understand why he thinks it's a problem, and that will help you let go.
Yeah.
Not you, not if you understand it's a problem, then you'll know how to fix it. You'll know how to convince him.
Well, I just know somebody operating from that standpoint, there's nothing I could say or do to actually fix it, right? Like if if he's calling repair stupid and then saying that he never said it, but then his actions still convey that regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think there's some, I guess part of it is like discerning whether or not it's self-sabotage and blowing up the relationship because they feel like there's a gap in emotional intelligence or whatever.
Yeah.
Or if it is legitimately just like somebody who's committed to unhealthy patterns, which I guess are more or less the same thing, regardless, towards me. It's just, um, I guess, struggling with feeling regret
I've
in that aspect.
Wow, okay. I have two things there. One, you already right. You already solved the first one yourself, which is whatever semantics you put on it, he is determined at this point to not, he can't receive. I should say that a bit differently. At this point, he is not at a place where he can receive repair and growth and progress as anything other than you attempting to change him.
Yeah.
You rejecting him.
Yeah. And I
So,
think that's where the fix it thing comes from.
yeah. And you can't be in a healthy relationship if you're not allowed to grow together. Because humans are not stagnant. Relationships are not stagnant. They're either falling apart or they're getting closer. There's not an option. There's not a third option. There is no stagnant. So if you can't you can't sustain a relationship that with somebody who doesn't want to grow it, which I think you know because you're a person who's actively trying to grow it.
Yeah.
Secondly, I think regret gets a bad rap. Regret is amazing. I love regret. I don't agree with the no regrets thing. I think regret is such a gift. I think the only time that regret is bad is when I talk about this with pain in relationships too. I like to use regret like Native Americans honoring a animal that they had to kill to eat. It's like, let's make it worth something. And if you're trying to avoid regret, you won't let yourself learn from it because you're trying to avoid regretting it versus like, it hurts. It sucks. I hate that I made the decision I made. This is what happened. This is how it happened. I'm not going to let that be for nothing. Next time I run into something like this, I'm going to know faster. Regret is an incredible teacher. Regret when you're 90 is different than regret early on. Or, you know what I mean? If you're 90 and you're looking back at your life and you're full of regret, a lot of the times the reason for that is because you avoided regret so much that you stayed in things for too long. You avoided a decision because you didn't want to regret. Like avoiding regret actually makes you have the pileup of regret when you're dying. But embracing it as you grow is a life. I don't think regret is the thing to avoid. I think that regret is the thing that you're just scared to feel and is probably going to be the most epic teacher for you. And you know it's coming. And
Yeah.
staying in this relationship and in this cycle, and the reason you write 20 pages of circles is because once you break the circle, you're going to run face first into regret. And you think that's your downfall, but it's actually your growth. Like that's the growth place. That's where you're going to get lessons. That's where you're going to get standards. That's where you're going to get all the juice of the next amazing step of your life comes from facing regret full on. Win or learn, you know?
Thank you.
My take on regret. Do you agree?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. It's just hard to sit with right now.
That's fair. And there's no rush.
Yeah. I think the other part of it that I've been struggling with is not understanding what a stability relationship mindset is versus like a growth relationship mindset is. And
Oh,
like and maybe like overstepping in places because I didn't understand that difference in perspective. So when I talk about regrets, it's like those kind of things, but I also I can't hold myself accountable for information I didn't have. And if that person isn't going to share those things with me until after we're in this like extreme rupture place, then even if I'm asking all the questions, there's not really anything I can do other than act on the information I have.
Yes. Yeah. Preach. You can't hold yourself to the standard that you can hold yourself to. You can't hold your past self to the standard you could hold yourself present self to, because you did not know
Yeah.
that stuff. You didn't know.
Yeah.
And you went through that and those pains because you didn't know. And the only reason you know now is because you went through that stuff and you had to find out.
Yeah.
And it sucks that you have to learn that way. There's so many things that you have to learn that way. And yet, here you are deciding to have learned them instead of deciding to blame the world for your pain.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are just lovely. You know that?
Thanks.
Just the most gorgeous energy and intention and great questions. And my heart, I feel for you so much. And my heart is like pouring out into you. And I have zero worry for you. Because I can see your ability to grow and figure out and take it. And it's hard because you have at the same time so much love for people, and especially this person. And this phase is awful. And it's shitty. And I can't wait till you get out of it. And I can't wait to hear how you grow. Please come back. Because I want to be here for this journey. I'm really, really glad that I got to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Also, look at the chat. People are in love with you. Look at all these hugs. I'm gonna take a bite while you eat, while you talk. Sorry.
Perfect. Our next question is from Patrick, who can't come up, but I'm going to ask for him. He asked, how do I get out of the mode of trying to do things for others in order to feel good about myself? I'm 59 years old and just now learning about myself and what I want and need.
I love that question.
How do I get out of the mode of trying to do things for others in order to feel good about myself?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, the reason we do things for others to feel good about ourselves is because we do need connection to feel good about ourselves. And so we think the only way we can earn connection is by sacrificing ourselves and pouring out a ton and doing. And then we don't feel connection because they're connected to a performance and not us. And so then it backfires. And then we're like, shit, what do we do? So I love this framing in my head because it really, really helps. You don't have to stop giving to others. You have to stop sacrificing to others. And the difference is I thought I was an incredibly good person because I put my needs last. I didn't have any feelings. I cared about you, but I didn't need you to care about me. And I was such a giver. Yay. But I was dooming the people who loved me the most to be the people who hurt me the most because I gave without their consent. And I was like I was taking their hand and whacking myself in the head with it and being like, see, aren't I amazing? And they're like, no, I didn't. Stop it. It's like, you're giving to me more than I want to be given to. And I was like, I'm an incredible person. That's why I overgive. No, I was wrong because I was sacrificing. So when you're sacrificing, you will resent other people to the level that you sacrifice for them. And that means I am giving you something because, even though I didn't want to admit it to myself, I think it will impress you. I think it will make you love me. I think it will make you committed to me. I think it will make you like me. And I think when you respond in just the right way, with just the right amount of appreciation, I'll finally, for just a moment, feel good enough. but it's not enough. It's never enough. So I keep giving more, and your appreciation isn't quite right. And then I think it's you. You don't appreciate me. You're the problem. Because I was giving to earn your love because I thought that was something people gave after you earned it. And that's not how love works. It's the same way that people don't hurt you because you deserve to be hurt. They hurt you because they're feeling hurt. They're shitty to you because they're feeling shitty. When somebody's really loving to you, it's not because you have earned the right for them to be loving to you. It's because they are feeling really loving. That's how it works. And if you have a strong relationship with them, you get to be the one that when they're loving, they turn to and they're like, woo, overflow, let's go. That's it. That's how humans work. So I've been sacrificing, which means when I'm empty, I get emptier so that I can get your love and it doesn't fill me up. What's wrong? That's sacrificing. Giving is from the overflow. I'm feeling loving. It's if I can send a text to a friend and not care that if they text me back because I love them so much, maybe they're busy. If I can send a gift for their birthday because I'm so excited about them, but I'm not thinking I hope they send me something back. When I give, I check, am I doing this to get something back or am I doing it from an overflow? And if I'm doing it to get something back, I'm not getting connection. I'm trying to get attachment to a performance. So I check, am I expecting to get something back? Or is this from an overflow? And if it's not from an overflow, then I'm trying to get filled up by them by filling them up first. And I haven't filled myself up. I'm pouring from an empty cup and they will catch it. They will know. The energy will be off and they will know. And they won't know why they know. You felt it. You know what I'm talking about. When somebody gives to you and you're like, I don't know why, but I don't like this. Stop it. Stop giving me the thing you're giving me. Something about this is weird. And you're saying thank you, but it doesn't feel like enough. And you're like, that feeling when somebody's giving to you and you feel like off about it. That's because they're giving to you to get back this love and appreciation and this worth and like give them their identity. I've been that. I've done that. I do that. And when I do it, if I can check and be like, am I wanting something back from this? Is that my main motivation? If so, then I got to stop and go fill me up. And I've learned, and I'm constantly learning. What does it mean to fill me up? What does that look like? What music do I need to listen to? What workouts do I need to do? Do I need to do therapy? Do I need to have a call with a friend to be like, yo, I'm so down and I just need somebody to see me. Can you see me for a minute? That's asking for something. Yes, that's what I just said. Asking for something outright instead of giving, hoping that they'll give it to you, but literally being like, I'm alone right now and I really need a friend to listen to me. Like that coming from the overflow is the difference. So I love that question. So few people ever get to learn that. And then they always wonder why their relationships feel weird. So it's so exciting that you are even in that journey and asking that question. And I hope you fill yourself up. That's my answer. Hey, Booker. Yeah. I'm so glad I had grid view on to see that. That was so fun.
That was so fun. All right. Our next question is from Lucy. And it is, I'm going to pull up Lucy. Perfect. And then the main question that Lucy asked is, how do I show my husband that I understand how he feels? My nervous system feels fried and shut down when I think about how to support him. And I'm sure that there is a lot more context. So I also want to make sure that that gets included.
Thanks, Addie. Lucy, what are we missing?
Okay, about 15 years. So I'm the high feeling one in the relationship, and he's the avoidant shutdown. And we both have our own health limitations, so that makes things tricky. He's got bipolar, and in the past, there have been not fun situations, which are very stable now, and they have been for a couple of years overall. But I had a health collapse kind of a couple of years ago, and I'm working my way out of it. All this parts work, nervous system work, all this stuff, and it's super great and I love it. And he's just like, okay. But long story, I don't know, sorry. This is difficult to articulate. He's burning himself out at both ends physically, because that's what he knows how to do. And still completely shut down when I try to connect emotionally on anything, and always flips it back as criticism, or as like I'm trying to attack him, even though I'm scrambling my brain trying to absolutely not. And I know, I think the only window in would be if I could do more physically to show support for him to understand, like me modeling feeling care from me, because we're so different, that I've done all this internal emotional work so that I can try to show up for him and for my son and for myself. But on the surface, for a very concrete, just go until you're going to sleep when you're dead kind of personality, that's like, it looks like I'm doing absolutely nothing.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And so he works full time. He comes home. He cooks, because my health has not been good, and it's a huge support. And I always tell him, I appreciate it. I need to do that. I need to try. But there's this nervous system wall that I feel like my body's like, that sounds nice, but are you trying to earn love? And maybe if that's the case, I'm just going to put a key on your executive function and turn it off. So you're not going to be able to do that. And I just,
Your husband, okay. It sounds like your husband was trained. People love him for what he does for them, not for who he is. And if he stops and actually feels his feelings, he won't ever get up again. And no one will love him, because he's not doing all the things. And this is a super common thing with men, because a lot of men have been trained the narrative that you need to do and be needed and just do more. When things go bad, just do more, give more solutions, fix more things, do more. And that burns you out. And ironically, when you get more stressed and you need more rest, it's scarier. So you double down, you run out of capacity, and you make more, and you just keep doing, and you're pushing everyone in your life away from you while trying to earn the right to be close to them through doing and doing and doing and doing. And my husband is such a doer and so like this and does all of this stuff. And how I know we're disconnected is when he won't let me help him. And you think that the solution is to do more, but either your body won't let you or he won't let you. He'll criticize it. He'll say it's not good enough. He'll feel guilty about it. You are taking away the only reason that he thinks he deserves to be there if he's a hero child.
Yeah, that seems like when I feel like I have done something, that I almost get punished for it.
Yep. So that's not your solution.
It's like,
yeah, it's not your solution. It's so counterintuitive, but it's not your solution. It's unsafe to him for you to help him right now, because that's the way he's earning closeness. That's the way he's staying safe. So even though he's burnt out and he'll say you're not doing enough and that he's underappreciated, that's not the problem. Disconnection is. So I don't know what the solution is for you, but I can tell you for my husband and I, that means not, okay, when he's not doing it, I'm going to jump in and do it instead. That means when I can catch him in a moment that he's going to take a break, we're going to sit on the couch together for 15 minutes with no phones. And I'm going to look in his eyes and listen to what it's like to be him. And he's going to look into my eyes and listen to what it's like to be me. Connection. If you can add physical contact, great. And if you have to start small, which you probably will, because there's so much anxiety around pausing, like a life and death level nervous system, I can't pause, and won't even be able to articulate why. He'll just be like, I have too much to do. I have too much to do. I have too much to do. That's not yours to solve.
Like he doesn't even want to sit down and watch TV with like we used to be able to watch shows or whatever, and now it's just like nope.
Yeah,
got
he's in
stuff
a
to do.
survival response.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't get him out of that. The most you can do is have safety in you, and when he lets you see him, you honor that. Right now he is really struggling, and the way he's compensating is making him struggle more. And when he opens the door one day to, you know what, I'm drowning, that's when you finally get to go, tell me about it. I want to hear. I miss you. I want to know what it's like to be you. And listening. And the only responses to that are, here's what I just heard it feels like to be you. That makes sense to me because of this. What am I missing? Here's what I heard it feels like to be you. That makes sense because this. What am I missing? Here's what I heard. You're just reflecting and trying to understand, really understand what it feels like to be him. And then he'll be able to do that back for you. But right now you're in a long-term committed relationship. And some people may listen to this and be like, you shouldn't have to take on this emotional burden. And you shouldn't have to. Sometimes when you're in a long-term relationship, somebody's drowning. And if you're both committed to it and you actually can throw a life raft and today you've got it, then
that's what love looks like, right? To me,
yeah.
I mean,
doing that forever in the whole relationship, not so great. Doing that when you're going to take turns drowning. You just told me a whole story of how you've taken turns drowning. And the only way you get through that and reduce the number of times you even have to drown that hard is you start to establish this pattern of, when you're drowning, you can reach out to me and I'll remind you, you know how to swim. And that's the hard thing. You cannot force him to open that door though. You can't force him to sit down with you. The most you can do is be ready when he's ready, and know that it's normal that he's pushing you away and punishing you and criticizing you for trying to help, and it's his coping.
And that feeds into my own, stuff, like feeling like everything's a rock and a hard place, no matter what I do, because he probably feels that way too.
No
Like
matter what you do, it's never good enough.
Yeah, that's how he feels. I know that's how he feels. And I'm like, I know we're on two loops. He's got his and I've got mine. And just being able to step out of the loops and offer the space for safety.
And I would don't talk in loops right now. Don't talk in patterns, and don't talk in loops when you talk to each other.
I haven't for a long time. I've understood like this is literally not going anywhere. It never has before, And so I started really getting to know myself better is super helpful, but it's just trying to figure out what really is the window in for him. Because maybe that's why my nervous system is like, no, it's not. You think it's cooking more. It's not actually. So I'm not going to worry about giving you the energy that you think you need for this particular thing, because that's not actually the answer, even though it still would be helpful and kind.
Yes. And that's a cool thing. I mean, when my husband lets me help him, I know that's when we're in a really good spot. When he lets me cook with him, I'm like, oh, we're good. when he's pushing me out of the kitchen, I'm like, oh, we're bad. It really helps. So if he also has to learn that about himself. I have some hero child stuff that I have online that might help him. If he could stumble into that might help him out. And for you, the only thing you can do is speak moment to moment and get curious and regulate yourself. And when he's ready, and that's really, you can't try to fix it, because right now he thinks it's your fault, probably. Usually when we're in a survival response, we think it's we don't feel control. So when we have any trauma response or survival response, what our body thinks is, this moment right now is exactly like the ones in the past where I had no safety, control, and choice. And you must have taken it from me. You've taken my safety, control, and choice. You can't agree. If you agree with that narrative, you're going to get sucked into this. Like, how do I fix this? You can't. You can love him and understand right now, he can only see you as the person who's keeping him stuck in this place. And all you can say is, I get that you feel like I'm doing this to you. I want to be on your team. When you're ready to talk to me about it, I am so in. I want to hear what it's like to be you. And when he tries to put it on you, be like, wow, that was a lot of you statements. It felt like you were really blaming me. When you're ready to talk about this as a team, I'm ready. Which requires so much regulation and safety in yourself that he just can't give right now. So that's what I would say to do.
Yeah, that's really helpful. That's really helpful because I know I will figure out all this stuff in my imagination.
Yes.
In 3,000 different levels and ways and circumstances. But then comes to the moment, it's like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't know. You do, and not trying to, but like being like ready to be curious when he's ready to let you in.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like all the things that I wish that he would feel from me. I'm like, he needs to feel that from me too, but it can't be pushed.
And he needs to feel it from himself first.
Exactly.
He doesn't believe he's worthy of it, even though he might say he does. So he's pushing you out right now.
Right. Like the quote that people can only meet you as deeply as they've met themselves.
Yes.
You know? It's like, so
are you taking my quote, or did somebody else say that too?
I've heard it before. I don't know, but
that's so fun. Oh God, I love that.
I love that stuff. So it's like I know all these things are super true because I've had to learn it for myself, you know? And it's not, I know there's so much more under the surface than what it seems. I just want us to learn how to be a team. And I don't feel like we've ever really, I'm in all honesty, our relationship probably started more with trauma bonding.
I mean, most do.
So it's like, okay, well, let's at least like see where we're at so we can know how to get to where we want to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I know he is in himself. He feels like he loves me. He feels like he's committed. And it's just like the gap. It's like, what can I do? Because I used to be like the pusher. And I had to learn that only ever makes things worse.
Yeah, it does. The most you can the most you can do is heal yourself and become as safe in yourself as possible.
Yeah. So I'll replay this and some of the specific things you said I could say. Because I have a bad memory, and then I'll write them down, and then that'll be little good go-tos.
Yeah, we should start like selling the
little cards. Pull it out of my pocket.
Yeah, actually, we are gonna make those. We just haven't done them yet. We're gonna call them kiss cards. Keep it simple, stupid cards. Kiss cards. Yeah. And have like, we gotta figure out a way to like give more resources because it's hard to memorize what somebody's saying.
Because it's like in the moment, especially when you're.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for bearing with me eating.
That's okay.
All right, the next question we have is an interesting one. I am reading it out loud because they're not here anymore.
Oh, but you like the question so much that you're reading it?
Yes.
Wow, this is a good question.
I think I think it will be interesting.
Okay, maybe this will stop me.
I don't think it will. I have yet to find something that can.
I will be stumped.
Okay. I'll read the question that we have that Emma has beautifully formulated and has written out, and then read their following question to see if there's anything else in there. But how long should it take my partner to understand an issue I have? I've explained it clearly and they just don't see it. At what point is it considered pathological?
Them not understanding, or are you consistently trying to get somebody to understand you who has decided not to?
My understanding is them not understanding, like consistently not wanting to understand. At one point, is that just considered pathological? Their original question said, what if one of the people or partners has a blind spot? No matter how well the issue or subject is communicated, they just don't see it.
Mm.
How long should it take, assuming there is PhD level communication, for someone to actually come to an understanding of an issue? At what point is this diagnosable?
I think it takes as until you realize you're abandoning yourself to achieve it. Because then that's my rule of thumb. Once you hit the point that you're like, oh, I'm abandoning myself in order to get you to commit to me or to understand me, that's no longer a healthy relationship. I've abandoned myself. That's where you stop. That's my thing. And that's going to be different for everyone, which I know I say this a million times, but it goes back to regulation. It goes back to being able to be in touch with yourself and realize what your intention is. The other part of that is I heard a lot of that person saying, they don't understand me. They don't understand me. They don't understand me. They don't understand me. And conflict is fighting to be understood. Connection is fighting to understand. So if you want connection, step one is understanding them and what is the roadblock and why can't they see it? And often that's where you find out if it's pathological. That's where you find out. If you get really curious and you're like, I've tried to explain this to you a lot of times and I still don't feel like you understand, which probably means I don't understand something about you. What do you think I'm missing? And then you listen and you reflect and you listen and you reflect and you just keep getting until they go, yeah, you totally get it. And sometimes when you get to the place that they say, yeah, you totally get it, what you learn is, oh, they think the entire world is out to get them. And that every time I say something negative, I mean, I hate them and all of et cetera, et cetera. And you hear they don't want to change and they don't want to grow and they never want to understand anyone. They only want to be understood. If you start there, with understanding the other person, they will reveal their pathology to you if they do have pathology. Often you just uncover a fear of rejection or abandonment or pain or misunderstanding that they hadn't been seen in yet. And so they weren't safe enough to understand you. And the reason there's a blind spot around this one issue is because that one issue is a really hyper triggering issue that makes them certain they're not going to get understood. Does that make sense or was that too theoretical? You know what? I can't get a story out of it, so it doesn't matter because they're not here, so I can't ask them for their story. I hope it helped someone. Moving on.
I love that. Okay, our next question is from Grace. Grace, will you turn on, I see two devices in here and neither of them have their camera or mic on. If one of them is the one that you want to use, will you turn your camera on so I'll be able to tell?
Double grace.
Double grace.
Double daily grace.
Perfect.
Holly!
You're good.
Okay. Grace, cutie patoots. Hi. You're muted. Hold on. Addie's going to read your question and then we'll hear you.
Yeah. Grace's original question, I loved just in and of itself, which was, what if you are too hurt to see the opposite side here?
Oh.
And then we also have a little bit more, how do I heal without growing apart from him? He's doing what, growing apart from him, he's doing all what the men said here. What can I do to save this 10-year marriage?
We have so many women asking questions about men. This is funny. This is fun. We got it. Okay. The first one was, what do I do if I'm too hurt to understand where he's coming from? If you can't start the conversation with, when you did this, I felt whatever you feel. So let's say in this case, it would be hurt. When you did this, I felt hurt, but I might be missing something. What was it like for you? If you can't start there, you're not regulated enough to have a repair conversation, because what you actually want in that moment is for the other person to understand you, to see you, to validate you. But what you're actually wanting when we do this, I'm speaking from personal experience and experience with clients, is that when I was like, well, I'm obviously the hurt one. You did this and it hurt me. Validate me. If he did, it would make it worse, not better, because in the moment, I'd be like, great, you said I'm sorry. And I feel better. Good. Finally, you validated me. Like, best case scenario, he validates me and he says, I'm sorry. But if I didn't get curious about what it was like for him and where he was coming from, all the narrative in my head is, he did a bad thing that hurts me, he'll never do it again because he knows how much it hurts me. I have no empathy around how he ended up doing the thing that hurt me. So when he inevitably hurts me again, I'll go, your I'm sorry doesn't mean anything. You lied to me. Now you've done it again. I can't believe that. And now he'll feel worse. And he'll go, yeah, I know. I'm so sorry I hurt you and I don't want to do it again. And then it'll go again and again. And I got people who come into my office, decades of this. And the partner who's constantly being hurt is like, I don't trust you. You suck. I don't believe you. Every time you say I'm sorry, it doesn't mean anything because you do the same thing over and over again. And the partner who's always hurting is going, I know I'm trying my absolute best and it's still not good enough. I keep doing the same thing. I don't want to do this. I know I just need to be better. I need to be better. And they are this awful, extreme cycle where, in this case, I'm going to call them Bob and Susan. Susan is like, you are not trustworthy. I feel alone in this relationship. I feel like you can't stop hurting me. I'm getting more and more sensitive to things that hurt me. You suck. And then Bob is like, no matter how hard I try, I'm not enough and I can't get it right. And I need to be better. And you deserve somebody better than me. Why are you even with me? And they're both like, what happened? If we could rewind all the way back, then it would be wonderful to just go, the first time that this happened, you got to start as the hurt person with, when this happened, I felt hurt, but I might be missing something. What was it like for you? And if you can really understand how that person landed on hurting you when they didn't mean to, now we understand the factors. Now we get why this happened. Now we can be a team. And if they can get really empathetic about me being hurt and understand the pain it caused me, now they can be on my team of how do we not let this happen again? So now you understand my pain and I understand what got you to the point that you caused it. Often my pain gets lessened because I realize your intent wasn't as bad as I thought. And now we're a team on, we just watched two different movies and they cross paths at this point. And in my movie, you're a villain. And in your movie, this is not what you meant to do. How do we write a better movie together next time? Because now I understand how you got here. Now I've got something to work with. Now we've got something to work with. How do we, as a team, make this not happen again? And if it happens again, how do we go, oh, we really didn't want that to happen again. How do we make sure this doesn't happen? If we don't do that, we'll get into that weird Bob and Susan cycle where you don't know why, but you're hypersensitive to everything they do, and everything they do is kind of evidence that you can't trust them. And they are hypersensitive to every criticism you have, and everything you say is evidence that you don't think that they're good enough and nothing they do will ever be right. This so cute.
I can you hear me? Can I ask you? Okay. The first guy who said that they got fired and had 3 therapists, we're on our first therapist and it's not working out. And what you've been saying is exactly what I've been feeling. And I do want to reach that level where let's go make a beautiful movie together. We had too much history of pain and betrayal that it almost became a cycle. And I did what you advised, like stop figuring it out, stop empathizing, stop. You can love them so much, but remember that you have to love yourself too. So instead of that effort on them, reflect the mirror. If you're willing to give all of that effort to them, do it to yourself. And then I did the self work. And then I woke up to this person who does not want to make a movie with him anymore. Yeah. And I'm breaking because I signed up for it. It's a contract, but now I can't. And I don't want to because I'm not perfect. And this life is much harder faced alone. That's why having someone is nice. And the trouble is he did build me as his life unknowingly. I didn't know he didn't have friends. I didn't know he didn't have family. So I became everything. And at first it was nice, But then you realize how exhausting that would be. And the love I want to give him is him to have all of that, to have self assurance, family to land on. And at the end of the day, whatever happens to us would not hurt him because I keep telling him, I love you first as a friend. And whenever I hate you, I remind myself I was your friend first. So I would never hurt you in any way. I hope you do the same. But he doesn't. And he did the therapy. He figured out that it was his hate towards women, not me. The people that hurt him so much, including his mother, is the reason why he treats me ill. I'm just gonna get a tissue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm emotional. It's a process.
It's a process. It
Yeah.
would be weird if you are not. So where are you at now?
I want to make a movie with him, but for some reason, I cannot be in this space where I got hurt. Whenever I see him, before he would write me a letter and that would take me over the moon. But now he would buy the most expensive things, go over the top, and it just reminds me of how much he killed that version of myself that was not hurt. And I want to remind that version that we're people. But how do you get past that? I mean, I know people can do it. I am not a perfect person. I have hurt him deeply as well. And I feel like there shouldn't be, I hurt you more, you hurt me more. I'm on that crossroad where, what now? Am I willing to fix it? I am, but why does my body not want to? Body keeps score. So maybe that's the case. I love him and I would continue to love him no matter what happens in our relationship. I just don't know if me being in it is a good thing because I've enabled him. I've enabled him in all of the things that he'd done, and it did not let him. I thought I was gonna let him grow as a good person, but instead it turned him the opposite way.
Yeah.
I found him a wonderful man, and I cared for him as such, and he evolved into someone that could hurt me, and he was surprised that he could do it too.
Yeah. And when he hurt you, how did you respond in the past?
I mothered him because that was his core wound. And I thought that coming from a place of understanding would be beneficial. But what happened instead was I unknowingly was parentified.
Yep.
Because I was okay, we're young, you want fancy cars, we can make it happen. We don't have to think of rot or emergency fund. We're 23, YOLO, but the real me is like, that's our future, our family, our lineage. But because he was someone that never had much, I'm like, go, yeah.
Yeah, you abandoned yourself to make him. Yeah. When you say hurt, we are not talking. Are we talking about abuse at all?
Yeah. The whole trifecta, unfortunately. Cheating, stealing, hurting, manipulation, isolation, all narcissistic traits that we have both faced in our individual therapy and couples counseling. He did not come from, this is the trouble. I came from a very solid foundation type of family. he came from the opposite. Opposites attract. Look at me, Captain, save someone drowning.
Yeah.
And I thought that I was pulling him out, and I fell in instead.
Yeah, you can't. Why are you staying?
At first, I tried to figure it out. Is it false? I forgot what it's called. It's like a sunken false fallacy where you invested so much, so even though it's drowning, you're like, no, no, it's my baby. We'll salvage this.
Yeah, sunken cost fallacy. Yes.
And then I started to go inwards to who I was, and it was, we don't turn back to the people who needs help. It's embedded in me as a person to love the person who hurts you the most, which is kind of a little, I know it's cultish in our religion to be this almost Jesus Christ self-sacrificing person, which is a very bad trait. But I understood now why I forgave so much, because in my ear, my mom is Jesus forgave. So religion kind of got involved, and the promise of marriage till death to us part held me back. So it's a lot of factors, financially, religion, on top of love, of course. So I don't know if I'm gaslighting myself, or am I stopping myself from seeing that this man is able to change? We're young. And like I said, I made mistakes. And then I researched more on, do marriages really survive? There's at least one book of the man that said that he is the complete piece of work that he is, but he wrote the book to tell the man that I can change if you decide to. But who am I to know if he is or isn't? So I kind of took it in me instead of towards him, the work. And now I'm in a position where I can go. But why am I staying? Because comfort, I'm used to him. I'm afraid to be alone. There's so many reasons. He's trying at least. But and I've seen him hurt. I know his core,
Yeah.
at least what he have shown me. I've lived with his mom before for a year, and I know where it's coming from based on where he grew up. But that was never an excuse. I had things that was happening to me, but I never used that as an excuse or as a possible reason to hurt or to, I try to get out of it, not sit on it. And but then again, we're two different human beings. It's such a yin and yang. It's tricky. It's a trauma bond. My therapist told me, you do realize trauma bond doesn't mean that you're both traumatized. No, he traumatized you and you're bonded because of the trauma that he caused you. Not, oh, we both suffered something and we're doing this together. Uh, and I'm like, what now? And at the end of the day, it's always my decision. That's why listening to you, taking input, writing things down, and like really absorbing the pros and cons, because no, you wouldn't know what will happen at the end of the day. So I'm the one who's going to be in charge and willing to take whatever burden I can carry. And right now, when I look at myself in the mirror, I am willing to see where it goes. I don't know how I got there, but he's so I loved him before. I mean, I married him 10 years. So there is a reason why I love him. So I just want to go back to that, but he killed that version of me.
Understanding. I hear if I summed up what you're saying, you have a profound love for him. You're also super needed by him. And if you leave, he'll be in a really bad spot because you're all he has. Is that right? And so it feels like if you leave him to save yourself, you are doing the worst thing a person could do to him. And even though you don't want to be alone either, you would probably be okay because you have a support system, but he wouldn't. And that scares you? Is that what you're, did I get that right?
I'm scared to be responsible for his outcome.
If you leave. Yeah. What makes you believe that you are responsible for his outcome?
It's this drowning scenario. It's I signed up to be a lifesaver, and I know I'm supposed to punch them so they don't drown me, but don't have the guts to punch them, and now I have to face the shame of going back to you're not able to punch him and get him out. And that's there's a level of shame there that makes me feel like if I didn't try or if I did give up, I have that consequence that I do not want to face, which is a failed marriage or someone going on a spiral. Or uh, I I I always tell him he's so handsome, hardworking, and there's so many good qualities that maybe it's just not the right, because he's a good man. I just don't feel like I'm the person that would take him out of this. Because if I was, it would have happened already. But it just made it worse.
Yeah. You know that no one can take him out of this except himself. And you staying is keeping the lie alive in him that maybe you can take him out of it. Maybe if he wins you over. That's a cycle of abuse. Is I can win you back over. And you know it. That's why your body won't let you receive it. You know that you're not responsible up here, but you've spent so many years being convinced that you are, that it feels like you're staying to save him. You're staying so that he's not lonely while he's drowning, but you're drowning too.
I wish I have the guts to punch him.
I don't think you have to.
I know.
The analogy is a little bit off because there is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do. I know this feeling. Because it does feel like you're sentencing him to death or something worse if you leave. And it's so consuming that you forget you've got a life too.
I'm scared to step into that life. It's getting prepared. In my mind, the sheets are already bought, and that turns my stomach while I'm receiving flowers from him on Valentine's Day. And it repels me that there's a part of me not wanting to receive that, but we're married and I'm supposed to soften because he's my husband.
You are not saying that he's a monster, because he's not. Abusers are not monsters. They're people who learned control is the closest you get to connection. And when he gives you gifts and all of this, you can feel that he's trying to control the relationship again, to get you to like him, to get you to respond the right way. And you can feel that. And you understanding why he's this way and why he has done the things he has done, understanding how valid that pain and the feeling is, does not make his actions valid. Just because you have a terrible childhood and that turns you into a serial killer, that does not mean you're justified in killing tons of people. It means we've got sympathy and compassion for the childhood that you had, and we don't accept killing people like to that extreme level. My client Jenny said that. I need to give credit where credit's due. It was such a good example. And when we are in relationships, we confuse, I can understand, have compassion for, and really care about you and your emotions, while rejecting your behaviors and not accepting those. Every feeling you have is valid. The way you treat me because of those feelings is not. And the way he has treated you because of those feelings is not. And you know it. It does not make you a bad person or a bad partner to walk away. It makes you no longer an enabler of bad behavior. And it makes you you're not abandoning yourself anymore.
It's so hard to, I could see myself not wanting to hear it because I want to hear there's hope, that there's change, but the reality of the fact is there's only one person out of a 99. The reality is what you're telling me is what everybody is telling me in every sides of the coin. There's no,
There's hope in there. There is hope for change, but not with you as his partner.
that stings. But wow.
He's not in a place to have a partner right now. If he has a partner, he will think that it's their fault and he will blame them. Anybody being his partner right now is not going to help. It's going to hurt.
But the men that are in your, the ones that spoke earlier, saying that they're trying and they really want it, and you did say they have to focus on themselves. So the wife's side of the coin is not trying to figure out if they have to stay or tolerate. It's giving them the space to be healthier. So when the time comes that they're able to receive a relationship of that caliber, it would be safer for everybody. That's, yeah.
Yeah. There's and there's the Instagram handle is Healing by the Numbers. The woman's name is Ruth Gold. She specializes in and is so human and not like, therapeutic. What do you do? When do you know you're in abuse? How do you get out of abuse? And what do you do after? Because it's a crazy feeling. You get literally withdrawal symptoms. The feeling that your body has right now is intense. The waves that you're going through, the gymnastics in your brain, the way you view yourself, like it's a really intense experience. And I don't recommend, you have a support system and I'm so glad. So I'm glad you're not doing it alone. And if you can find a community that can help you through it or understand what's going on, because a lot of it will seem like, oh, this must be proof that I should stay. And it's not. I keep using the analogy of drugs because it is a lot like drugs. It's like a drug addiction pulling you back. And so knowing that and having tools to work with it instead of being like, oh no, I guess that means I need to stay. I guess that means I made the wrong choice. Nope, your body just has a natural withdrawal process. And if you're doing that alone, there's a reason they do this in 12-step group, like with addicts. There's a reason there's Alcoholics Anonymous group. There's the reason there's all the anonymous groups. There's reason rehab is in group. It's group, because our nervous systems need proof that we're not crazy. We need proof that, oh, everyone feels okay. You have the same, you feel, okay, wait, we all go through this. Oh, so you had the same fear. Okay. It's like really, really helpful for your nervous system because you've had one narrative coming from between you and him for so long that needs to be broken. So the Instagram handle is Healing by the Numbers. I think you'll love her. Her name is Ruth Gold. Thank you. And it sounds like you've run into plenty of abuse work. You've read the books and you know the hotlines and you know all the stuff, but
He's a wonderful man. Is there no, I mean,
I get it. You don't get into abusive the abusers are not bad people. They're charming people. Because nobody sticks around somebody you don't like. It's this wonderful person who can make you feel amazing, who makes you feel the most seen and special, and like you're the only one in the world for them, and like you are everything for them. I remember this, and this is the story I was telling earlier when my best friend emailed me. Were you here for that?
Go on.
And she asked me, what made you think you deserved this love?
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I felt like, I was like, well, you're the only one. I mean, I was like, well, I'm the only one in his life. He needs me. He doesn't have anyone else. He doesn't have the support system. I have the support system. I'll be okay. I can handle this relationship. It'll be fine. But he needs me. He needs somebody to be there for him. And I'm never going to leave him. And I'm going to love him. And I'm going to go through it. And I'll help him learn. And I'll help him grow. And it wasn't. It was beyond not my job. It's literally impossible for anyone to do that except for him. And I was letting him believe that I could fix him because I believed I could fix him. I was letting him believe I could make him feel loved enough. I could heal him enough. I could do everything just perfect enough that he wouldn't get mad and he wouldn't get upset and we would be great. And it's a lie. He has to do the work. And the most I can do is lovingly witness that work. That's it.
And he can't do that work if I'm around, because I'm not going to be healing from it, and he's not going to be able to take up the responsibilities of the consequences.
Yes. And he will blame me.
It's so hard. And he will blame me for the lack of growth because I'm cushioning the blow.
Yep. You're not doing it right. You're not doing
Enabling.
You're not understanding. It's truly enabling, and he won't call it enabling. He'll call it you're not doing enough. And half the time, maybe even 75% of the time, he'll tell you you're amazing. And you're the only thing that makes him feel loved, and that you are magic and you are incredible. And he wants to do everything and he wants to give you the world. And he will say that. And 25% of the time, he will tell you you're awful. And he will tell you that you need to do more and that you deserve to be treated this way because you didn't do enough for him. They're not monsters. They just don't understand. And you enable that misunderstanding if you stay.
It's hard because unfortunately it was embedded in our family system that divorce or annul it's even illegal in our country. Divorce, it just recently passed that we could file for divorce, and my family had these same problems, but we're not allowed to leave our husbands. We can go somewhere else and be with someone else and start a family there, but legally we do not. So this is such a foreign thing for me, and I didn't even think I will fall in this category. So it's I guess I have to map it out. I have to figure out a soft landing for everybody. But I need to figure out what everybody is, because I'm not a savior for everybody. I need to figure out who's in the plane with me.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So there isn't. I can't study my way into figuring out how we can stay together, because we can't. Oh, that's hard. But I understand.
I'm sorry.
I'm so hopeful that I believe the person I saw exists, and that if we do change our paths, he will still be the amazing person I saw before, and hopefully this change him to a well polished person rather than the opposite. And that's not on me to watch. It's what I turn myself into after is what I have to manage.
Yeah. And please go to, I mean, this is me talking to you on the internet. So I know you have resources. I just want to say, get resources. It's a really intense thing to leave, especially in a culture that doesn't allow it or encourage it. So yeah, please go. Seriously, Healing by the Numbers, go there. They even, I don't know what your financial situation is like, but she even has a massive scholarship fund. So if one of the programs you can't afford, she'll let you in. I don't know what.
I'm really proud of myself in the survival scheme of things. I didn't want to be too open about the logistics, but I do have a daughter and she relies on me. So
You know.
not just for her, but it's just a role I have to play. Not that it was, to me, it was bestowed upon me to be this, just like being a woman. We don't choose to be a woman. It's just a role that is for you to do because that's what you are. So I am a mother, so I want to show her what a good relationship looks like. So when the time comes that she, hopefully she wouldn't be in a situation, relearn patterns, break the cycle. But
Yeah.
I just want to give you the comfort of knowing that I do have a really big reason to not fall for too deep in the hole of this. That's what I mean. Like
Yeah.
I this is one of the battles, and it's not, we have, like, the people who are listening and watching this, like, this is one part of our life that is, yes, massive and big, but there's so many more little things that accumulated to who our bigger selves are. And if we can't figure this big patch, then there's so many multiple things we can tend to that is even heavier than this one aspect that I'm no means minimizing, but there's a lot more. Like the person earlier that said, like, if he leaves the wife, then what about the kids, the grandbabies, and things like that? And I'm like, you're not stripped of that title. You are still that person, just on a different setting that you hope wasn't the case, but it is. So I just have to befriend again. And unfortunately, I guess that would be the best role of what I can do for us and for myself and for our daughter.
And all those little things are going to be hard, either way. They're going to be hard for different reasons.
Yes.
They're all figure outable. And your brain, when it gets scared, will create chaos so that you stay stuck. And so when that happens, just take the next step and trust your feet.
Move forward, you're the horse.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on here and being so vulnerable and sharing. And you seem willing, ready to see something that's really hard to see. You've done all the work. It's like you've loosened the jar, so to speak. It's really hard to see. Thank you for doing it.
Yes, yeah.
Healing by the numbers. Please go look
at strength.
Yeah, please go. Yeah, today I'll tell her to look out for you. Is this your real name?
Yes. Oh,
okay.
No.
I didn't say it because I was like, what?
I don't. Okay.
But I'll tell her your name and tell her to look out for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Grace.
Good luck to everyone. I hope whatever lands on your favor helps you become a stronger, better person, and whatever case in you guys' relationship have, that it just makes you different but strong.
Thanks, Grace.
Yeah. All right. We have 90 minutes left and too many incredible questions to be able to get through today. So we're going to get through as many as we can, but we know we won't be able to see everybody and answer all your questions. They matter. This topic is so important, and I'm so glad that people are showing up and staying for 5 hours and caring so much. So we're going to keep doing this.
Have people stayed
Many people. Many people.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, Adam. Booker, I feel like you've been here the whole time too. Oh my God, Eric, I sent your link to people for parts work. Well, this is so fun.
Yeah.
The grid keeps shifting, so I haven't been paying attention to everybody's faces. That's so cool. Thank you.
We've been hovering at more than 50 people for about I guess 3.5 hours now. So anyway,
Fun.
the next question I'm going to ask for Sean because he has a cold. After that, I'm going to pull James up if James is cool with that. I see that your camera's off now. If you want to turn it on in the meantime, that'd be great. Cool. All right. So Sean asked, my wife has past trauma. As a protective mechanism, she doesn't believe or trust men, and she downplays or denies her accountability of things. Needless to say, I am a man. These protective mechanisms create wedges in our relationships that when I try to bring it up, she gets triggered. How do I address the wedges without triggering the trauma?
Wow, that's beautifully written. Well done. Is he here or not here? And is he coming on or not coming on?
Not coming on.
Okay. I know this sounds so simple, but I'm going to keep saying similar things, which is the most you can do is be a safe space and not try to fix it. You can't heal her trauma. And in the moments that she's feeling like, what she's gonna think, her body's gonna think you've taken her control, choice, and safety. And the only thing you can do is be a loving, safe, secure witness. The only thing you can do is be like, whoa, it seems like there was a big reaction there. I don't fully understand it. I had a good intention and I see that it had a bad impact. I want to understand that. And then understand what it felt like to be her. And that's it. That's the most you can do. And sometimes she won't want to let you. And that is nothing you can control. The most you can do to help somebody heal their trauma is be a loving witness for them while they do. You can't do it for them. And so sometimes there will be a wedge and sometimes she will project the same way we all project on each other. And it's beautiful that you're asking the question and that you care. And the only way to prove that trauma wrong is to not try to take control, choice, or safety. So not try to control her into trusting you. Just be a trustworthy person. It's hard because in the moment she'll be like, I don't trust you. You've done something wrong. I'm so mad at you. And it makes it really hard. And the most you can do, the most powerful thing you can do is go, wow, I don't feel like that at all over here. But I think I understand where you're coming from. Or I don't really understand where you're coming from. Will you tell me more about it? The most you can do is be as regulated as you can be and take care of you and then be there when she expresses what she expresses. Because if you try to be like, no, that's not me and I'm not doing that and you're not seeing me and what's wrong with your trauma and all that, it's going to feel like you're trying to control her feelings and you're going to prove her nervous system right. I can't trust you. You are trying to take away control. I can't trust you. You're trying to fix me. I can't trust you. The most you can do is be as safe and regulated as possible for you, which when it bothers you, which of course it will, that's saying, I'm feeling really misunderstood. I'm an attack. A better way to say that is I'm feeling really defensive. Do that. Please do that. Don't say I'm feeling misunderstood or attacked. Something that's self. I'm feeling defensive. I'm going to take a walk, take a bike ride, do some breathing, do the scene questions. I'm going to go regulate and come back because I want to be a safe person for you. Regulate, 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 regulate. So when you get triggered because she's triggered at you and you don't deserve it because you didn't do anything wrong, I'm feeling defensive. I'm going to go do this about it because I want to be a safe person for you and I feel triggered right now. And then you come back when you're regulated. That's the best advice I have for that. Thanks for the heart, Sean.
That was perfect. All right. James is up next.
James.
And the question that James put in the chat was,
I know you.
how do you be a man today? I feel so attacked for just being a man.
Yeah. I know. I just ranted about this at the beginning.
I must have missed that because I think I joined late. But like Sean, my soon to be ex. Yeah. Nice to see you again. like Sean, my soon-to-be ex had a lot of trauma that she would not want to face.
Mm-hmm.
And so I tried to be that safe space. Didn't matter. And so now we're here. So my question going forward, because she had, and there's nothing really I can do now other than try to heal and move forward, and try to make the best of what I can do for myself and my kids. Is because she had, and I guess just in relationships in general now going forward, romantic or otherwise, she had a lot of fear and hatred towards men because of her trauma past, um, which didn't obviously, like Sean, man. And then I have a 15-year-old son who's feeling that too from her. And he's brought it up several times, and I'm trying, because we're still in the proceedings, I'm trying to like be very careful about what I say about his mom, right? Because that's her story to tell him when if she decides. And there's just stuff I got to be careful with just legally, right? Because I didn't want the divorce. I do love her, but I did have to let her go because she was not moving forward and she didn't want to help. She didn't want to get in. She moved into counseling, had 4 sessions, and she quit when therapist asked her about her trauma, because that's where the therapist saw a lot of stuff was coming up, because she's a dismissive avoidant. When the therapist brought that up to her, it was like a joke for her. So my question is, it seems like confirmation bias where I just see it everywhere. And I almost don't know how to be now.
Because
Right?
being a man makes you evil.
Right. And I don't, I've owned what I need to own. I've been in therapy since 2018. I've done a lot of work. I wasn't anxious attached, and I'm working through that right now, which is hard because we're still in the same house.
Yeah.
Until the divorce goes through. And I'm not sure when that's going to happen. We're waiting for mediation. So I've worked on it enough to where she'll go, and I don't think about it, but I think about when is she getting back, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like when she leaves, I can breathe, because I feel like I have to be perfect, or she's keeping a file on me, right?
Yeah.
And I've done really nothing other than I said, you can't meet me. I want to be married, but you can't meet me where we need to be so we can just work on this. So I'm going to have to let you go because you're not happy with me. And as much as it hurts me, and she left a long time ago, I know that, but she just couldn't pull the trigger. So my question is, how do I be a man in this ecosphere we are in today, and at least in the West?
House.
And yes, and I have a daughter. I have a 10-year-old daughter whom I want to show that there are decent men, and I'm afraid of what she might be projecting onto my daughter and the story she might be hearing from her. I don't think she's doing that, but like, just because you can do things without doing things, right?
Yes. Yeah. I know what you mean. There's two parts to that is how do you be as a man in your house and in society, because it feels like everyone hates men at the moment. I'm not sure if the rant is helpful or if it's just a rant. I'm like, I have a rant about this.
Caveat saying, I acknowledge that there are tons of crappy men out there that have created crappy systems. I acknowledge all that.
Well, my rant is that when you're scrolling now, I do see so many comments of I hate men suck, men are awful, it's always the men, and it's based on who does the this is the joke that came off my head earlier, and now I'm gonna say it again. Who does all the bang bang, and also the bang bang, other bang bang when you don't want the bang bang? That's men, not women. When those things happen, it's usually a man. So I get it. The problem is when you say the being a man equals bad, then that's saying in half of the population, you were born evil. You better work your way out of it. Our default with you because you're male is I don't trust you. My default with you because you're male is you're not worthy. you are untrustworthy, you are not needed, you're ancillary. That is awful and is making the problem worse, not better. And I feel like what we're doing to men now is so similar to what we've done to women. Like growing up, it's you got to be emotional, but not too emotional. You got to be soft, but not too soft. You're going to lose respect. And with men, it's like, well, if I'm too manly, then I'm toxic. But if I'm not manly enough, then I'm not attractive. So what am I supposed to be? And everybody's
Right.
yelling at men saying, you're everything about you. Like you'll see in the same scroll, like a rugged man, and all the women are like, oh, I love him. He's so great. And it's like, well, obviously you like manly. And then the next one, all the comments are like, men suck. I hate men. Men are awful. And it's so confusing because it seems like the exact same thing is getting praised in one context and eviscerated in the other. And how, well, as a man, what are you supposed to do? Like if I was a man in this culture right now and I had social media, I would be like, oh God, does everyone hate me when they meet me? Is your first thought when you meet me, I hate you, but you better earn me my trust. You better win me back. And that's happened to, on one side, this is the case for, I mean, God, so many races, especially Black men in this country, have had that forever. The
Oh, and I'm
first,
also Hispanic, so that's
and Hispanic men too, but especially Black men, but also Hispanic men.
sure.
It's
But
like,
I'm just, yeah.
I meet you, and then it's okay. Well, you better win me over because I don't think you're safe. You got to prove you're safe. There are so many psychological studies that if you are treating somebody like they are not trustworthy, they are far more likely to become not trustworthy. If you're treating somebody like they're stupid, they are far more likely to act like they're stupid. If you're treating somebody, we're treating half of the population like they are evil and like they are the same as the men who have done bad things. And I don't think it's helping reduce the number of men doing bad things. I think it's hurting it. So that's my rant. I do not like how we're handling it. I don't like how we've lost the individuality. And I think it's coming from we're wanting men to be containers for emotions. I've heard this word a lot in sessions lately. Like, I want you to contain. Have you heard this? Like containment.
Mm-hmm.
You can't give what you don't have. You can't give what you haven't received. And the containment is just co-regulation. Can you co-regulate?
Yeah. Right.
You can't co-regulate if you can't self-regulate. That's true from both people. And you
Mm-hmm.
can't regulate an emotion you're not allowed to have. So men need to be allowed to have emotions and learn how to regulate them. So this is my rant
See, when I was
about,
growing up,
yeah,
I'm 47, and so growing up, it was always like, the traditional, like, especially Hispanic, like the gentleman was saying earlier, is like, you
feelings.
can't have machismo. You don't show emotion. You just power through, right? And then when you're going to trying to have relationships, the your partner wants you to open up. And I'm a 4, Enneagram 4. I'm a creative, so I'm in touch with all the emotions, probably too much. And so regulating has been my work, learning how to do that, and um, being anxious attached also, right? So like when I did open up to my wife, it was like shut down, I'm gone.
And that's not uncommon. A lot of women are making the problem worse, not blaming women the same way I'm not blaming men. I'm blaming a society that has trained us to believe men aren't humans and you shouldn't expect them to be. And humans are emotional creatures. You have an emotion right now. I have an emotion right now. We are
Mhm.
constantly in a state of emotion. That's what it is to be human. But women, as well as men, have been taught that men are not supposed to have emotions except for angry, calm, and maybe happy, but not too happy. So then when you're a
Or
man,
you're a child if you're too happy and you're playing around.
right? I said, yeah, not too happy. Your happy has to turn into anger. You ever watched men at a sports game where they're like, "Wow!"
I work in sports, yeah. So yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Yes.
Yes.
So what happens is women have also grown up in that. And so on one hand, they are often saying, I want you to be vulnerable and I want you to share something with me. a man starts to fumble through and learn and says, here's my feeling. And she's like, oh, you need to be stable. You need to be safe. You need to be secure. And that's because neither of the people in that dynamic have any idea what to do with a man's emotions, including the man himself, which when I'm working with this and starting to heal it, it's the same sentence I told Brian earlier of, I'm feeling this. Here's what I'm going to do about that feeling is the first step for both people, because it eases both of you into the fact that you've got feelings, and it keeps the man from turning his partner into a mom, because I'm feeling fine. I'll tell you I'm feeling sad. And what I'm really is like, well, fix it, validate it. I'm expecting too much from the other person. But instead, I'm feeling this, and here's what I'm going to do about that feeling. Makes people feel really safe and feel like they know you, and it has a vulnerability layer. So from a super simple practical thing, that structure of I'm feeling this, here's what I'm going to do about it, not here's what I need you to do about it, here's what I'm going to do about it, has been a super helpful pathway to open and vulnerable conversations. And knowing, and women knowing you've been trained to be afraid of men's emotions. And if you want a man that you feel really connected to and like held and co-regulated with, when they show an emotion, you will feel a little weird about it, probably. And that's great. You'll get past it. You get to go, oh, I'm trained to think that him being sad is a bad sign, but it's actually a good one. And you have to, both people have to rewire their brains. It's hard for both people at the same time.
Well, with her, yeah, it's like I have to teach my daughter how to handle emotions, because I've done a lot. I know I do. I just she's not good at it, right? Because she's a dismissive avoidant, and so like I have to be the one that does all the gentle startups and all the things, because my daughter is spicy, and you know, and with her, like when I was going through something really hard last year and I almost hurt myself, I reached out to her and I said, I'm not okay. She said, okay, I'm gonna go have dinner with a friend.
Yeah.
So that led to where we are now. Yeah. And she was never been willing to take any responsibility for anything in the marriage. And so there was another question about accountability. It's like, I've always had to say, I'm sorry. And I've never heard a sorry from her. So that's kind of like, how do you go out in the world, be a man when you're already hated just for being a man, but you're not trying to cause harm. You're just trying to live your life. Yeah. Figure out how do you be a man and not be too masculine and not be too toxic, and you know.
And what I've seen work the best is to not even worry about how do you come across as a man, and that constantly coming back to, I'm feeling this, and here's what I'm going to do about that feeling. That comes off as masculine. It comes off as confident. It comes off as vulnerable. It comes off as just you. Like you no longer are in this, how do I perform man? How do I perform masculine? How do I perform for women?
But even though I did that, it didn't matter.
And that's not yours, but you know this.
Yeah. Okay. I guess it's like the other guy. I just need confirmation that I'm not crazy, completely crazy. I'm crazy, but not completely crazy.
Because it's not other people's perception of you is not yours to control.
But I think that's the balance of, how do you know what is yours to control, and how do you know when you are doing harm, when you're not trying to do harm? It's, but if they don't give you the feedback, it's.
Yeah, you can't know what you don't know. It's very true if they don't give you the feedback. You can't, and then you'll want to beat yourself up because you're like, I should have known, and they might be like, you should have known, and you can't know until they give you feedback. And taking accountability isn't saying I'm sorry. Actually, it's taking account of and understanding the pain. So it's, even though I had a good intention, it impacted you negatively. I want to know about that. I want to understand the kind of pain that I caused, even though I didn't mean to cause it.
And I've gotten to that point where it's like, okay, I understand this impacted you. Can you tell me about the impact? And it's just like, nope, nothing.
That's not yours. You know this.
But then I feel bad for having to make the decision I had to make. And then like the last young lady who was like, I had to leave, and then all the things, and it's just like that are tied up with that. And then there's that guilt and shame that sets in as a man because you're a man doing this to a woman, and then you have all the online content of women about do this and divorce and man and this and make him feel this and hurt him here, and it's like I just want my kids. Like honestly, like I love my kids. I'm not trying to get out of caring for my kids. If I could get 100%, I would, but I know they need their mom, right? And so I'm trying to do the healthiest thing for my kids, but I love my kids.
The healthiest thing that you can do for somebody who is not ready to heal is to accept them where they're at. That's the most you can do. That's the most healing thing you can do, because you can't heal them. The most you can do
Right.
is accept them where they're at.
But then when it's just like constant, it's been like, I don't know, I can't even explain it. It's just, I don't know how to verbalize what it's been like.
Well, you're still in the house, dude. I mean, it's a weird. We're relational, so how the people in our life are relating to us impacts us immensely, and we can't help but spiral out and think about it and be like, what do I do?
Yeah, and then I'm the bad guy,
So it makes sense that you're feeling so many things, and also that part of you that's going to parent those parts that are feeling so many things knows other people's stuff, her stuff is not yours to do anything with besides let it be.
It's that it here, but then getting it here is the longest distance, right?
Yes, dude. I mean, I think we talked about parts work and EMDR before. I think you're already doing it.
We have, yes. Yeah.
No, you're not doing parts work, right?
I am.
You are, right. Okay. I know.
I've done EMDR, parts work, the IFS, yeah.
Get that. That's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
From here to here, you're like, oh, I'm up here. Let's take care of the dude that's so sad about this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks for taking the time.
Basically, it's gonna suck. It makes sense that it sucks.
Okay, just
you're having a
be
normal
yourself.
You're having a normal reaction to an abnormal
That's me trying to figure out who I am again, I guess. And I hate that phrase, like, oh, I got to figure out who I am. It sounds just so cliche after divorce, right? But it's just
and you know what? Who you are is an ever-changing emotional being,
right?
And moment to moment, and that's why I'm so obsessed with I'm feeling this. I'm going to do this about that feeling. That is who you are in each moment. Oh, I'm feeling this. How am I going to care for myself in that? I'm feeling this. How am I going to care for myself? And that guides you to be who you are so effortlessly that it just flows instead of you having to be like.
And because I tried to
what would that person do?
Because I tried to like be empathetic, so empathetic for her past, I didn't know how to hold her accountable and without like.
Your feelings are valid. The way you're treating me because of those feelings is not.
Yeah. Okay.
I know, but I get it because you're like, but if the feelings are valid, then what they're doing should be too. But
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're going through it. You get it. You know all the stuff I'm saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, good to see you again.
All right. Let's keep this train rolling. Okay, next up we have Malcolm. We talked about this earlier.
He's such a cutie.
When we were talking about DIC, but I don't know if Malcolm was here and I want to get to it. So Malcolm asked, primarily, I've struggled in the past to express my intentions and align myself in my actions. My question about men and relationships is, how can I become more uniquely authentic to men and women, balance my masculine and feminine, and treat myself and others as equal in value?
I lost the beginning part of it.
I've struggled in the past to express my intentions and align myself. You're good, Malcolm. I should have just let you talk.
Yeah, you go, Malcolm.
Okay.
Say the question in, I know those warrior words.
Morgan, your Instagram live just ended.
Oh, it ran out of time. Okay. Give me a sec. Should I share it do you guys think I should share it as a reel? It's really long. No, right?
Multiple reels.
Is it share as reel or done?
I think for now it should live on YouTube as directing people over there.
Okay, I'll tell it to go. So I'm so sorry, Malcolm. You just came up and
then no worries.
Oh, I lost it. Men and
Okay.
Well, I wanted to say, first of all, it's such a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, actually.
Aw.
Uh, it's I also wanted to tell you, like, in the best way possible, I totally envy the way that you're able to speak with people about such sensitive topics and handle them and address them with truth and like facts and like just the real hard truths, but you deliver it in a way that gets across that can be heard and that just gets through, and
Oh,
like I want to be able to do that too myself. So that's actually part of what motivates the question. What other Some of the other things that motivate my question are how I'm pretty much a hopeless romantic. I'm 25, about to turn 26, but I've only had one girlfriend in the last 5 years.
mm,
And like I just don't get why that is. I mean, I see all these other people getting into relationships and getting out of them and stuff like that. And part of me is like, well, I gotta focus on myself. There's certain things I gotta take care of and I want to grow. But I also want to experience love.
yeah.
So um all that put together, there was a lot of things that you said with the last guest that like addressed some of the questions I had. But I'm also very curious, how can I take on a mindset that'll get me to your level of emotional maturity or help me to gain some of the wisdom and insights that you have? Like not just the what do I need to know at the moment, but what do I need to know so that I can grow better?
Oh my God, what a good question. So lovable. I want to hear about your dating life, but I will put that on hold and I will answer your question. And then I would like to hear about your dating life, please.
Okay.
Okay. Um, Basically, how did I learn? How do I learn the things that I learn? And why do I talk
Yes.
the way I talk?
Yeah.
I am endlessly curious and terrified of ever stopping being curious. I live my life on the I think this
Mhm.
is why I've learned anything I've learned. I
Yeah.
really love humility and not self-deprecation, like true humility where
Yeah.
you know that there is always more to learn, there is nothing to prove, and no great thing can be done alone.
Can you say
I
that again, actually?
I wrote this to Addie yesterday.
I wanted
Um,
to write that down as a matter of fact.
yeah, I believe true humility is knowing that there is always more to learn. There is nothing to prove, and no good thing is done alone.
Mm.
Can't do anything on your, yeah. No great thing is done alone. That's my motto, and I really think about that. Um, and when I talk to people, I'm learning. Like I know from your perspective, I'm telling them stuff, but I'm learning from them. I'm learning what it's like to be them. I'm learning what it's like to
Right.
feel like them. And
Mhm.
if it wasn't a live stream where you come to hear me, I'd say less, probably. And I'd
Yeah.
ask more because I want to just talk. I just want to guide people to their answers. And sometimes I'm
Yeah.
hesitant to give them mine. So
Gotcha.
that's my way of living. I don't know if it's the best way or the right way. I know it's the way that feels good to
You.
me. And there are
Yeah.
some topics that people deliberately avoid and draw lines around when they do public content because they can be dicey from a legal angle.
I
And
gotcha.
I check in myself, would I be happy to be in court because I said this?
Mm.
And I would rather risk my like legal safety for the sake of helping somebody in a moment where other people were scared to help them.
That's
And
courageous of you.
that's how I work in my brain. Does that
Well,
answer
thank
your
you for that
question?
insight. Yeah. Yeah. Tells me a little bit more about you. So, and I believe we can take inspiration from anyone and anything. So,
I agree. I can
yeah.
tell. You're so fun. Okay, so can I now ask you about your dating? So, what are you
Yes.
doing? How are we meeting people?
Yeah. How am I meeting people? Well,
Yeah.
I just meet them out and about. Like, so I work in fast food and I don't know, I probably talk to 100 to 200 people a day. So like it's just I have so many opportunities to meet different people, and that has helped me come out of my shell a lot. And aside from that, I feel like there are opportunities that present themselves, and you just got to take the opportunities when they come. And I have dated, like I just haven't been in too many relationships.
Got it.
I go on a lot of first dates, but they often don't go to second dates.
Okay.
And usually the girl ends up telling me, Malcolm, you're a great guy. You're one of the best people I've ever met. But
I don't
I
want to go on
can't
the
be in this
second date.
relationship with you. And I don't understand it.
I get
I just
friend
haven't
vibes.
understood it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Rejection is God's protection is what Diana just said. So what okay, so here's the thing I don't like about dating advice online is that they're often teaching you how to pretend to be somebody else better. And there's really great advice about doing that you can successfully be like, what questions do you ask and how do you hold yourself and what do you do? But then you're performing and you can't keep that up and it's exhausting and yeah, you know. So I love the only dating advice I really like is noticing how you feel about yourself around the person and asking yourself, because if instead of do they want to go on another date with me, being like, do I want to go on another date with them? How do I feel when I talk to them? When I ask them a question and I hear their answer, do I light up? Does it make me more curious? Like, be the main character. That's my favorite dating advice, but I don't know if you even need it. You might already do that.
Well, it's a continuous process of learning something similar to that. Um, I did recently go on this amazing date with this one girl, and I had never felt more seen, and I was like, oh my goodness, I don't even know what to do with myself, and I literally freaked out.
Oh, love.
I basically crashed out, and she's just like, it's okay, what's up, what's wrong, you know? And then I was like, I don't know, and she was just like, you don't have to say it, you don't have to say it, it's okay. And I just felt held, like I was like, oh, okay, I don't have to worry about performing. I don't have to hold up a mask. I don't have to act a certain way for her to accept me. That's how she made me feel. So I was really blindsided, actually, when she decided she wasn't able to go on a future date with me. And I mean, I know that I don't know what her reasons are. There could be all kinds of reasons. It doesn't mean that she didn't feel similarly about me. I know that. But it's hard to accept. It feels like a pure contradiction. Like if she wanted me, if she liked me, if she loved me as much as I felt like I loved that moment with her, then she would be going on that date with me. And if she's not, it's because I did something wrong. That's how I've been trained to think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Dating is different than when you're in relationships.
Okay.
Because dating is weird and odd and you're like trying to gain a lot of insight in one date and you're nervous that if you do another date then you're leading them on, and so instead of giving people time to open up and be who they are, a lot of women are like, I don't want to lead you on, so I'm going to say no immediately, instead of giving you a chance, because if I give you a chance then you'll have too high of hopes, blah blah blah. My favorite story, and this takes so much balls to do, but I don't think either you or I will have any clue why, like what's going on. And if you're going on tons of dates, you're leagues ahead of most people because most people are terrified to ask anyone out. And there's this guy, God, I can't remember. I think it was Kevin Rose who did this, but he had been on he could get the first date a ton and he was not getting second dates. The exact same story. And he was not getting second dates. And he went, okay, fine. I think I don't remember how long this went on because he was either in his late 20s or early 30s when he did this.
Yeah.
And he went back and everybody he went on a date with, he said, hey, I've gone on a bunch of dates this year and nobody wanted to say yes to the second date. I want to know why you didn't say yes. Because I don't think I'm that great at first dates and I don't know why. Will you tell me? And it takes a lot of balls to do that.
Yeah.
But they over and over again for him, they were like, it seemed like the date was about you and you were impressing me, but you didn't ask me any questions and I didn't feel seen by you.
I
So
see.
I didn't want the second date. That was him. I'm not saying that's you. But
Yeah.
he got a through line. They all like gave him information. So if you
Hmm.
really want to approach it, like, what
Yeah.
the heck's happening? I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not there on your dates. I know you're an
Yeah,
awesome
I got you.
person who asks the right questions and makes me feel special and seen, which means you probably do that to lots of people in your life. And maybe it's a different version of you on a first date. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I take the feedback as
Yeah.
not about, if you do it, I would take the feedback as not about you. I would take the feedback as about whatever character you play on that first date, because everybody plays a character on the first date.
Right. Yeah.
But it's scary. So I don't
Oh
know if
yeah.
you're gonna do it.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Will you really?
Yeah, I will. Absolutely.
I
I
want to
I might even
feedback.
I might even ask my exes.
Yes. Ah! Whoever you end up dating is so lucky because you're open to feedback. You're curious. You want to grow. You care about people. You care about emotional health. You care about emotional maturity. You value being seen and seeing others. Come
And
on.
okay, it must be something I'm doing on these first dates. Because I hear that all the time. People like older women, older men, married couples, they'll be like, your wife is gonna be so lucky one day. And I'm like, but I can't even get a girlfriend.
Yeah. Yeah. Ask about the. Let's find out. Maybe it's the people. It might not be you. You know what I mean? Let's find out.
Maybe. I'll find
And
out. I gotta
their
find out.
feedback may let us know the kind of
Maybe
people
I
that
don't know how
they
to pick
are.
them. Maybe I don't know how to pick them.
Who knows? We don't know. We don't have enough data. I'm so excited to hear what you discover.
I feel like I'll have to come back on a future live stream and tell you.
There are people saying that they want to go on a date with you. I don't
Oh my
think
goodness.
Joanna, he's 25. How old are you? If you're Canadian, Joanna would like to go on a date with you, apparently. He's really cute, you
California
guys.
starts with a C too.
He's really cute. This is so fun. If we get you dates from this is going to be a blast.
That would be something else. That would be crazy.
I want it to happen.
And
Oh
that's
my God,
actually
Selena go on a date with you too.
what? Oh my goodness. I don't know what to do. Well, that was the other thing that was the other part of my question was like, I feel like I have these things that I want to share with another person. And I don't know how to express, like get it across. This is what I have right here. This is the package that I offer you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Sometimes it seems like it actually goes back to what you were saying, like how men are looked at like we don't trust a man until he proves otherwise. I'm a black man and I've dealt with it. I've actually lost jobs because of racial profiling. Like I've
Yeah.
been handled by the police. I've all that stuff. I've dealt with it, even though I don't have a criminal record, anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like I wouldn't even steal $1 from you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's frustrating. It's
Yeah.
frustrating.
It's so frustrating. And I also think that makes you start to, it tends to make oh God, I love the way he says this. My friend Zach says, the surest way to make sure you don't feel, wait, sorry. His quote's better than what I was about to say. Trying to prove your worth to someone is the surest way to not feel worthy. And when the world is screaming at you that you're not worthy, what you end up doing is trying to prove you are, and then you feel less worthy. And it's such a hard.
It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah. And to realize, wait, I'm trying to prove my worth. I got to get back in with me and regulate with me and know, even if you can't see it, I know, which is hard because we're relational.
Yeah.
But it's so
yeah, but we can make it a better place.
Yeah, we are right now. Look at us.
Yeah.
This moment right now in this Zoom room is a better world than the one out there. Malcolm. Okay, everybody hit Malcolm up. Put your Instagram in the chat. You got people who are into it.
I don't know what to do with that. I seriously don't.
Put your Instagram in the chat. DM some people. Let's go.
I'll put my Instagram in the chat. If anyone, it's a public profile. You can message me there. But seriously, like I appreciate it. all of the love and everything that everyone shared. I'm not used to this, so it's I'm kind of crashing out again. So, but thank you all. I really appreciate everything that everyone had to say here, making this a safe space for us all. And it really was wonderful to get on the live stream with you. So
Thanks,
thank you so
man.
much, Morgan.
Thank you. You got to stay in touch. You got to let us know how it goes. Who you going? We got to. It's every Friday. We're gonna get an update from Malcolm. We gotta know how it goes. Oh, Gorge. Oh, people are
All right.
loving that on Instagram. That's really funny.
Yes, they are. We have 40 minutes left. Morgan, do you need a break at all?
Do I look like I need one? Is that why you're saying that?
No, I was just wondering. You have not peed in 4 hours, so Did you pee when you got lunch?
Think I did. I don't know. I don't feel like I need to go though. I'm good. Thanks for checking in with my body. Thank you. I did ask Addie. I was like, sometimes I don't notice that I'm deflating. So it helps when Addie checks in. I'm okay.
Cool.
Do you need
All
to go?
right. No, I'm good. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Our next question, I am anticipating that we'll have time for 2 more questions. So that's kind of what I'm gauging, just so everybody is aware. If we have more, bonus. But our next question is from Yvonne, who has joined us in the past.
I know Yvonne. Love Yvonne.
Yes.
Moment to moment. We had such a good question last time. Hi.
Yvonne's question is, how do I handle the dichotomy of being supportive and encouraging that my partner is doing deep trauma work and figuring stuff out versus feeling impatient and untrusting that he will turn that work into tangible changes that will help our current relationship and stage of life and outlook? Big question.
Okay. Well, how does that play out in a moment to moment, like day by day basis? Because that's like sitting there with the thoughts, right? These big, like abstract thoughts. But what about moment to moment?
Hello, and thank you so much for doing this long stretch, this marathon. I appreciate it. And it was hard for me to formulate this question concisely, but what I feel like in a nutshell is, when people say things like, my partner, has so much baggage, or we have different childhoods that we can't really relate to each other. I'm in my mid to late 50s now, and so is he, and we've been together over 6 years. I have an adult son, we're like in that other stage, and we're committed, and I'm really proud of him because he's doing, for the first time in his life in the last few years, he is doing all this work. And I feel empathy and compassion. Last time I was with you, I really got a lot out of your advice, and I feel like it contributed to a shift where I got more into empathy and compassion. And that's great. Like I feel like healthier emotions and less anger right now, but the bottom line is I feel sort of like the stuff he's realizing. I mean, this just sounds so terrible, but it's just the truth. Like the stuff that he's realizing, it's because he's been so buried in, everything's been so buried.
Yes.
But for someone who has done some work, none of it's that like revolutionary, but for him it is, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
total respect, like
I know what you mean. Got it.
complete total respect. But I'm sort of like, okay, so he's sharing these things that are coming up in EMDR, and I'm thrilled that he's doing the work, and I know for him it's great, but I'm like, wow, he's just realizing this, and he's this late in life. And a couple gentlemen ago that said he was in his late 40s, like there is this generational thing with some men that like they're so much more walled up to this stuff, and he knows that, and so I'm sort of like, wow, you're just now scratching the surface. And it's like it takes a long time after, even like he's literally just realizing some things. So I know from my own shit that like it can take 20 years, you know what I mean? And I just feel and I said this last time, it's not a hierarchy. I don't feel better at all than him. I just started all this work earlier, and I don't have the level of trauma that he had. So I have advantages right now.
Yeah.
And I feel more well adjusted and more like ready to be like this age and
Yeah.
functioning from like this age and not so much my little girl.
Yeah.
And he's so in his, younger parts. So I'm just sort of like in this position of how do I stay turned on and excited, and I don't just mean that sexually. I mean like interested and like, will this person have the ability to become the equal partner?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very immature place for me to be in because I just am like, I want someone to be right where I am.
Yeah.
So we can be our age together more frequently than in our little kid stuff. And he's just seeing all this big stuff. So
What
thanks.
made you've been together for 6 years. So what made you, when did you notice this difference?
The difference inside of me.
Well, when did you start to feel disconnected from the level of, you're like, oh, I'm much more healed and you're not catching up?
I mean, really early on. I mean, we both talked about it. Like he does say it often. Like, oh, well, you've been doing this work for a really long time, so it's harder for me to get to these realizations than you for probably since a year in.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay. Usually this is like the layer above the real thing. So I feel like I'm more healed than you is really, you can only meet me as deeply as you've met yourself. And I'm afraid you're never going to see me. And I'm realizing that maybe you've never seen me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of what I meant by an equal partner and like being where I am right now. I feel able to. Another thing that another person shared here is like, none of us are perfect. I don't at all feel perfect. I just feel able to express myself when I am irritable
Yeah.
or sad or angry. Like I can identify my emotions and so I feel like I'll show up vulnerably and say like, hey, we haven't been intimate in a while, and I'll share like, I feel like, are you not attracted to me? Like I'll say it like so vulnerably, and like he can't meet those vulnerable parts that I'm doing because it's like we have a different language, and he's working beautifully and really, I really am seeing even just in the last few weeks like a really big shift.
Wow.
So it's like, it's amazing. Like I'm so, especially like, his age, like it really does play a lot. Like a lot of my guy friends don't do any of this work.
When did you start? You noticed that difference there. When did it become like, let me ask the question this makes more sense. Sorry, I'm structuring it while speaking. You said he's done a lot of progress recently, and recently it's gotten even more top of mind. Is it more top of mind now that he's healing, that you have
Yes.
gap?
Yes.
Oh,
I know. What is that about? I'm nuts.
no, I have a question about how was it to be seen when you were growing up?
Not.
Okay, so the thing you want most is to be seen, and the thing that scares you the most is to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
And he's becoming a person who will be able to see you.
Yeah, this is like kind of been dancing around. Like, is that what's going on? Am I like sabotaging, like the thing I've been wanting, which is pretty on brand for me.
Okay.
So
Yes, being seen is terrifying. It's the thing we long for the most. But then if we dare to let somebody see us, or they get capable of seeing us and then they don't handle it right, it's just so scary that we say things like you're not healed enough, but then it doesn't make sense, because if you look back, you're like, well, you were less healed last year. Why is it more of a problem now? It's like,
Totally, 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 totally. Okay.
so this is,
So
man.
is there maybe just, I know I don't want to take up a lot of time because I
Oh,
know
I'd
everyone
love it.
has.
Who cares?
Well, I know that there are more people too. I'm just saying, like, maybe so, and also I want to digest things like in
Yeah.
digestible portions. Like, so reflecting on that would be good work for me, is like being afraid to actually be seen. Like the thing I keep saying I want, you know, now I might get it.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
you had said something else before that. I can't really see. I already can't
Being
remember.
accepted. I think it was all like, this is the smoke screen under the real fear,
Mm-hmm.
which is you really want to be seen. And at the same time, you're really scared of what might happen when they see you.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's all right. You know how big of a fan I am. I'm always a parts work fan, but
Mm-hmm.
um, it's all right. What parts of me am I afraid he'll see and reject? And can I see those and accept those in a parts work session? Is what I would do.
So I don't do parts work.
Girl, why not?
I've stopped formal therapy for a while because I just have been doing it since I was 16 on and off, and I needed a break from
Yeah.
formal
Just
therapy. But
yeah, because it's CBT and talk therapy and psychoanalysis and stuff. You
yeah,
don't need to intellectualize a single damn thing.
yeah.
You need to feel it. Parts work is so trippy and cool because you don't. If you do it with Eric, he's not a talk therapist that kind of does parts work. He's you come in and he's like, all right, now you're meeting your parts. It's like straight into the trippy feeling it
Uh-huh.
stuff instead of the thinky stuff. And it's not a decades long thing. It's a for him, I think he'd recommend he does like a 12 session meet everybody thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's so gifted at it. I'm so
Mm-hmm.
happy to finally find somebody because I've always told people to do parts work and I don't trust anyone, and I so trust Eric.
And this is somebody you put in the link in the
We put
chat
a link.
room?
I dropped it in here. Eric was here. I don't know if he's still here.
Okay.
Let me make sure that you get it. We'll scroll up, but and I'm not telling you, I don't make any money from him. He's
Yeah.
one of my mentees, and part of the reason I brought him in to train him on the scene method is because he's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can,
Yeah, go. I see something.
well, the part of me that's like, maybe that's what you meant when you said, like, okay, this is what I'm saying on the surface, and then there's this other stuff underneath. But on the surface, I really am feeling like, I mean, it's really, I'm just being honest, it's really like, uh, it is a superficial feeling. It feels like, oh man, it's hard to even say it out loud. I feel a little bit like I want to cross my arms and be like, oh, I'm so annoyed that you have to go through all of this.
Uh-huh.
And I have to sit by and watch at your pace. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel sort of like, come on, like, can we just, and, as I'm saying it out loud, like, I don't know if there's even I don't know what to do with that. Like, I feel a little like impatient and like,
How are you?
I don't wanna sit by for this. Like, I wanna, just leave this and find, the next guy who's already done this work. It's ridiculous, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I get it. Uh, when you on your journey for healing, how did you treat yourself?
Harsh.
You felt like it should have been faster?
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We
Only
treat
very recently am I like more working on like being cooler to myself.
However
The
you
number
treat
one piece of feedback I've gotten more than any other feedback from any therapist or good friend or anybody ever is you're too hard on yourself. So
how
I'm
you
being hard on him.
how you treat yourself is how you treat your partner.
Right.
And often we are blind to how we treat ourselves. And then the moments that we're like, I can't believe I would do that to him. It's because you've been doing it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And until you change how you treat yourself, you will continue to treat him that way because you can't manhandle willpower your way into treating a committed partner better because you live with them. You're with them all day. You can't keep up the performance.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting a window into how you treat yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a brief reprieve when you treat them that way because for a break, for just a minute, you're not at the other end of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really interesting because I was working with a coach for 4 weeks in a row, and that was their main theme with me was loving myself. And since then, I've been more understanding of my partner and
You
softer.
gotta do this part. You please do the parts work.
Okay. I know everybody I know is doing it. I'm like,
There's a reason.
okay.
There's a
I
reason.
believe you. I'm just so burnt out on
Yeah.
all of it. But yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, I generally when you're burnt out on therapy and stuff, I'm like, take a break. Except I think you're burnt out because you've been hard on yourself for your entire life and you're sick of it. And parts work is a break from being hard on yourself.
Okay.
I love your background, by the way. Unrelated.
My life. It's
What
a
an
mess.
epic record collection.
It's his.
Really?
He's got a lot of great traits. He's a great guy. This was really helpful. Thanks for your generosity of time.
Oh, dude. Thank you. Thanks for your vulnerability and your questions. And clearly you've done so much work and you reflect on yourself. And I love it. I loved
Thank
you
you.
when I met you last time, and I love
Me
that
too,
you're
to
here
you.
again.
Thank you. Can I
Thank
say
you.
something to that kid, Malcolm?
Oh my God, go for it.
Just because I have a 20-year-old
He's
son that's like,
gone. He's gone, but maybe he'll
oh,
watch the
damn.
replay.
Man, it was just like, I have a 20-year-old son that's like only had one serious girlfriend besides the one he's with now.
Yeah.
And he's so emotionally available and present. And that's part of why he couldn't get girlfriends because a lot of people weren't ready for him. You know what I mean?
They're
Like,
not healed enough.
yeah, like he was like so, showing up like, and all the girls just wanted to be treated like shit. They wanted like,
Yeah.
so thank you.
Bye, Yvonne.
Thank
I got
you. See you
somebody
next time.
railing on divorce on me making a comment about divorce on here.
Yeah, there's some.
Hey, Joanna. I knew that would happen. It doesn't matter.
Instagram is fun.
Social media, you're allowed to have your feelings.
That's right. Okay, I don't know where to go next.
Oh,
I
really?
want us to be able to have the time to kind of sum up what has happened today or something.
Okay.
Kind of just generally speak to the topic and why it matters and what happened today. And I also want to be able to answer another question. So I'm not sure. Booker said extend the talk, which I'm assuming just means
We can't do that. I've been on here I'll be at 5 hours. I got other things I have to do, Booker. I have a life.
okay, then I know who's going next. Jacob is going next. Jacob, oh yeah, look at that. Okay, Jacob generally asked, the question I have is, what can the individual do, all of us here, all of these men that are here, instead of what society tells us, instead of what... Now I don't understand the question. The question I have is, what can the individual do, all of us here, instead of what does society need to do? Oh, individual versus society. What on an individual level is our responsibility as opposed to just general concepts, more practical advice? Cool. Yeah.
Do you want to say something about that, Jacob, before
Hi.
I get there? Hi.
Yeah. So you've actually touched on part of this, and I'm still missing part of it that I think that everybody could gain from. And I felt like I'm glad you let me ask this or talk about this because I think this can help you segue and sum it up and things like that. Okay, so there's two parts. We have men and women here, or masculine and feminine, or however you want to talk about. The overall arching topic today is about masculinity and men and
Yeah.
what society's thinking about it and social media and things like that. But frequently, or not, I wouldn't say frequently, but in several of who you've been talking to already, you've had a similar theme on some of the advice that you've given. And it's for me as a man to say, this is what I'm feeling and this is what I'm going to do about it.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like that answers part of my question. What can we as individuals, as men do, is take that away as a practice. And that can help us shine a better light. Now, that's not going to change necessarily until we are able to put that in practice.
Yeah.
But if I just see you and we start a conversation, you're already going to have that judgment, that conditioned or pre-notion judgment
Yeah.
before I'm ever able to change your mind. So I think that is something that we as men can take away as a practice to help improve that overall as individuals, right?
Yeah.
And so the reason why I asked that question is because when we talk about things as a big picture of society, every one of us as individuals is like, I'm doing okay. That's somebody else's problem to deal with. That's somebody else I'm clearly doing just fine. Somebody else will take care of this. No, we're all part of society. We all need to accept our part. And it's only going to work if we actively take that part. Otherwise, we just think somebody else is going to take care of it. So the part that's missing, I think about, if you agree, and you can definitely chime in it, that's something that men can take away from this. What can the women do as individuals to help to drop this preconditioned notion that men are evil?
Yeah. I think if we as women could stop taking responsibility for the healing of men, we would stop robbing them of their opportunity to grow up.
And that's something also common that you give as advice, right? You have to let your partner or whoever else you're having the relationship, if you try to grow them, it's never going to work. You have to give them space to grow.
Yeah, and that looks like my husband is a grump. I mean, I got him the book Grumpy Monkey, the children's book Grumpy Monkey, as for a Christmas gift because it was so on point for him. He's grumpy, and it used to drive me nuts. I was like, God, come on, like because I felt like it ruined the day, it ruined everything. I had to stop my whole life to make him stop being grumpy, and it was just so frustrating. And then one day I was the grumpy one and he was doing the same thing to me. And he was like almost mad that I was grumpy. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Let me be grumpy. And I felt like he was trying to change me and fix me and make me feel better. And it felt like, okay, then I have to perform happiness around you all the time. That's exhausting. I can't do that. And I still didn't notice that I was being a hypocrite. Still at this point was like, had not clocked that I had been doing the same thing to him. And we walk into our gym and the gym dude, coach, I walk in there and he's like, how are you doing? And I was like, shitty. And he goes, that's okay. It happens sometimes. And it was so loving and compassionate, but he was not remotely trying to change my mood.
The fix, yeah.
And I immediately was like, I feel great. I'm still, I guess, grumpy, but like, I'm not defending it. I just felt amazing. And then I went, oh my God, I've been doing the opposite of that to Dan. The same thing Dan did to me all day, trying to make me feel better. That is what I have done to him so much. And a lot of us women, because we're afraid a man who is grumpy turns into abuse or pain or something dangerous or whatever, our brains are like, make them happy again. And that keeps men from being allowed to have their emotion. So we shifted, and now it's, if you're grumpy, my job is not to be grumpy with you. It's not to fix your grumpy. It's not to make you happy. It's not, my only job is to be like, yeah, that's okay. Sometimes you're grumpy. I've been there too. And if you want to tell me about it, I want to listen.
Yeah.
That's it. that's not taking responsibility for it. It's
Right.
letting it, yeah.
It's like it's a similar, I don't want to call it a problem, but compounding the problem is similar no matter what gender or role you have.
Yeah.
We're both sides are trying to fix a problem instead of just having empathy.
Yeah.
Or curiosity, though,
Yeah.
the way that you put it, or just letting it lie and just saying, yeah, that sucks. Sometimes things just suck.
Yeah.
So women, and correct me, please, I'm trying to sum some of this up. So men tend to jump and want to fix every problem, right? Let me just solve your problem for you, whether it's an emotional problem or the sink or, the dishes or whatever it is. But women, if men show emotion, women want to emotionally fix the man.
Yes.
So just the same for any problem, whether it's an emotional problem or an actual tangible thing, if we state the problem or state how we're feeling or the frustration or the hurdle, what we intend, what we need to do to fix it, what we're going to do to fix it, that stops making it sound like I need you to fix this for me, so we can be more clear with that. We can all stop having the assumption that we need to immediately fix whatever is being said on both sides and just let the thing lie unless they ask or state.
Yeah.
And then the last question to come from that I have is, what about when we do need help?
Then if you try to help somebody before they've invited you to help them, that help is not going to feel like help, right? But if you've invited them, then go.
What does that invitation sound like?
Let's give it a specific.
I'm having a crappy day. I'm going to go fishing. That's kind of a very simple first way to do it. I'm having a crappy day and I need something from you to help with the situation.
Okay, so
what does that look like? How does that sound?
I'm having a crappy day and I really want to turn it around. I was thinking I'd go fishing. Would you be down to come with me? I'm having a crappy day and I really want to turn it around. I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Do you have any ideas?
Come with an ounce of a solution, even if you don't have the whole solution, and then the whole burden isn't on the other person.
Yeah. I like that way of saying it. Yeah. An ounce of a solution, or even a clear goal that, like, here's my goal and here's what I'm thinking I might do.
Yeah.
Well, how do you think, would you like to be part of that?
What input do you have towards that goal?
Yeah.
If you have that in you right now.
Yeah.
Because that's something else we go to ask for help and that person may not have it in them. Yeah. This is where we definitely dig down. Like, I'm empty and I'm going to share, not from abundance, but because you said you needed help, I'm going to find it.
Yeah. Whereas if you're like, I guess you can catch it when they're so empty and they're like, oh God, I guess I could. And you're like, okay, maybe right now you don't have the energy. That's okay too. There is an awareness because no one's a robot. No one's going to get an A+. Sometimes you're going to be like, I'm so burnt out that I can't tell you I have no capacity. And it's very helpful if you have a partner who notices when you're saying, you're saying one thing and you're like, no, I'm pretty empty. That is helpful. Dream world, you just say, I don't have capacity to do that. I wish I did, but I don't. But I'm aware that usually when you're out of capacity, you can't say stuff like that.
I don't, you say nobody, we're not robots. Nobody's going to get an A+. Yeah. And I've been doing so much work, and I took some time with Ryan to ask some questions about parts work, and you guys have given more explanations about that today. But I've been absorbing so much information, so I don't know if it was you or somebody else I'm following or chatting with, but about like my anxiety and ADHD and stuff like that. I won't start something unless I see an A+ at the end, right? I can't start unless I know that it's going to be perfection on the other side. But we need so I need to rewire to aim for the B+, to be satisfied with the B plus because that's human. And
Yeah.
if it's an A minus, that's icing on the cake. But be okay with getting that B, especially at first, on your first try. Get the
Yeah.
B, get the C. Just, the only way that you're actually getting an F is by not doing it at all.
Yeah. I mean, and even getting out of the grade, redefining success. And if we get out of the grade framework and think of it more like every time you learn a new thing, whether it's an emotional skill or anything, it's the
Yeah.
same as a baby learning to walk. You got to fail at crawling a bunch of times and then fail at walking a bunch of times, and then eventually you're dancing and running. But if you
Yeah.
never tried crawling because you knew you wouldn't be able to do it
To
well,
run right away.
yeah, you're like, oh, I can't run, so
I'm never gonna crawl.
yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I think it's more that where it's like you don't progress to an A, it's more like you get to the point that you can run and dance and do gymnastics and stuff.
Or you don't progress to an A, you just progress.
Yeah.
Because there's always growth.
The journey,
Yeah.
the old school way that they've said. That's how I knew I was doing the thing that I loved, is when I wasn't looking for the mountaintop anymore.
Yeah.
I was hoping there wasn't one.
Yeah.
That's what I was like, this is the thing I want to do forever, because I don't want there to be a mountaintop. I don't want there to be an end. There are these moments that I am excited for happening, and if they don't happen, I still get to be on this mountain that hopefully does not have a mountaintop. Like, that's how I choose things that I'm doing or not.
I made a comment off of what you were talking about, I think with Malcolm, and said always be learning, because you said that's part of what you're not stopping. Even in this conversation with me or anybody else, every conversation you have is an opportunity for you to grow as well, not just for you to provide the growth for the other person.
Yeah, because I don't think I can provide growth for anyone.
Right, exactly. Right. And you say that to every person, like, I can't fix you.
Yeah, I can't do it. Yeah.
I can share some things, but it's up to you. And yeah.
Yeah, I can put them down and you can pick them up or not. Kind of like that.
Yeah, we covered what I wanted to talk about, and hopefully it's a good kind of segue into you talking about the topic. I'll chat you until for another hour and a half, and I don't want to do that. I'll let you guys close out, but hopefully
Booker would apparently like it.
Yeah, hopefully just kind of bringing out and for everybody, what as we individuals can do about this versus this is pointing at a societal issue. Let society fix it. No, we're individuals. We're part of society. Let's do the things that we need to do to fix it.
Yeah, and the way that you suppress people is convincing they have no power.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms as well.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As it is. This is so fun, Jacob. Thank you for coming up.
Yep, of course.
Pro-social line. Do we have? Okay, we have 10 minutes. I don't want to wrap up rant.
Okay.
I don't have a wrap up. I just answer people's questions. I don't know what I would say as a
okay
wrap up.
We don't have, in my opinion, we don't have a question that could be 10 minutes.
They're all too long.
But I was thinking I would love people's suggestions for what future topics for GMAs could be. So I want to keep those rolling. I want to get some ideas from you guys.
So our vision is, especially the people who are here. Our vision is we're going to keep doing this every Friday from 12 to 5 on Zoom and then streamed everywhere, right? And we love the idea of doing a theme. Maybe you've already seen this in the chat, but whatever. I'm saying it anyway. And so we're like, what are some really fun themes that are centered around relationships? Because that's my zone of genius where I never die. I mean, curiosity never dies there for me. So I'm always interested in that. And I like mental health. But once you put it into the context of relationships of any kind, can be parents and children, anything, then I'm into it. But it just doesn't light me up as much unless it's involved with a relationship. So what relationship connected themes could we do? That's what we're thinking of. Money is happening over here on TikTok. Money in relationships. That's a good one. That one could probably fill a whole day. That's a really good one. Money in relationships. I desperately want to do a sex one, but I don't know if we'll get like banned from YouTube if we do that, but I'm very passionate about it. Boundaries with young males. Rose, can you give more details? Because I don't know what you mean by that. Guilt, fear, responsibility, and the balance between them. Transforming your relationship from trauma bond to authenticity. Ooh, okay. How trauma impacts your relationships, maybe? People asking questions. Oh, Lindsay, that's good. Shadow work, relationships and shadow work. Yeah, Adam, I could call it that on the title, but then I'm going to say so many things. I could be creative, though. Calling it intimacy. How to express hurt. Oh, wow. Trauma impacting future relationships is very is excited one. Oh, okay. We got some people really. Oh, betrayal. Are we writing a list down? Betrayal is one that's good.
You know I am.
Yeah, you're right. Why did I even ask? Ah, I'm so glad I have you. Moving from emotionally unavailable to authenticity. These are cool. Okay, I see why you said to wrap up, because we need more ideas. Oh, Booker, that's good. Previous marriage trauma affects relationships, how to address it. Yeah, that's really good. Reciprocity, I actually don't fully know. I know what that is as a concept, but I'm not sure what you mean as like a theme. Raising teens and young men. Love talking to people about teens, because a lot of people are using the scene method for their teens, which is fun. Dan, come here. We got 6 minutes. Come meet people. This is my husband, Dan.
Hello.
Here, let me put it so you can see more people. Look, there's Guosta, Amy, Adam, Tyler, Emily, Booker, Kirsten, Melody, Jacob, Yvonne. We love Yvonne. Eric! Shay. Oh, hello. Arthur, always at work. Always at work with the mask on. We're writing down a list of potential themes for our things. There's so many good ideas that I would have never thought of. Religion. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Hello. He's pretending to strip for you, just so you know. Okay, that was beautiful. Wow, these are great. Oh man, we have 5 minutes. I don't want to just, I don't have a thing to say. I have nothing to say. I have no rant. We've talked about everything. I can just answer questions, but we don't have time to answer questions. They said hi. He's a home inspector, so he just finished inspecting homes. Oh, these are really good. You want me to rant right now about ChatGPT and therapy? Can I talk to Booker? Can I say hi to Booker, because his face keeps coming up for me. Then we'll hang.
Oh, what? Hi, how's it going?
I just forced you to say hi. We won't pin you up here forever.
Oh no, it's okay.
Hello, thanks for coming. Thanks for giving so many facial facial expression.
Reactions.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That was nice.
You're welcome. It's fun.
Nice to
keep things fun.
What do you do?
I'm a photographer.
Oh wait, I caught it in here.
You did?
Saucy photographer. Very
yes.
cool. Love it.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of funny because I'm posting the Instagram story right now. That's what I was doing when you were like,
That
when you called me
jerked
out
you
about
here?
something.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go back to your life, but I wanted to say hi because I've talked to you multiple times and you tried to talk, but you're muted, and so.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Next time I'll be on again.
Okay, fab. Good ideas, you guys. These are so many good ideas. Yeah, I love being on live. People pleasers, that's a good one. Arthur's all up in it. Difference between accountability between men to men, women to women, and men to men. What would the difference be? I feel like it's the same. I'm probably missing something. Shutting down when I share a complaint, not a character criticism. When they feel like you're criticizing their character. These are great. Cool. Some of these are like obvious. We could do a whole day on them, like people pleasers, getting past relationships, hanging over you during current relationships, betrayal, boundaries. These are cool. Oh, we got people voting for it on Instagram too. Yes, people pleasers. We love spicy, Booker. Booker T. Boudoir. I'm excited. I just want to start sessions with you. Yeah, I've got a long wait list. I'm constantly trying to figure out how to work with more people. That's why I do so many group coaching things. Okay, beautiful. This was a blast. Thank you so much for hanging out and for asking questions. And it's going to be to watch this thing grow. It'll be wild to see how many people join us eventually and how this community grows. If you want to continue, the other place that we have a community that lasts forever, outside of this 5 hours, is our Facebook group is free, and it's the same. We're trying to create spaces that are really a community, that are safe, and when you go there you feel seen, and you post it doesn't matter what we talk about, it matters how we talk. And so you can post your picture of your kid or yourself or whatever, and the way that we all interact is scene method. It's like mirroring and seeing and encouraging. And if you're going through a breakup or you're meeting somebody new, or all the stuff that we're doing here, we do there, and everyone supports each other, and it's really beautiful. And the mission of the business is to spread connection and to fight isolation. So when we find a way that could help do that, that's what we do. So that's why we have the Facebook group. That's why we have this. And I'm so grateful that you guys share that mission and that you're here. Thank you.
The Facebook group can be found at scenemethod.com/community. Go there, everybody.
Yay! We did good. I'm so proud of us. I need a nap. I need a nap and I need a snack.
All right. Do you want to say goodbye to everybody and I'll close out the
Yeah, because we're not streaming anymore.
Well, we are still, because I don't feel like there was a formal goodbye.
Oh, bye. Thank you for coming. I mean, I feel like the last 5 minutes, if somebody watches this recording back, if they make it to the end and they stay for the 10 minutes of people just shouting suggestions, if you make it to the end, wait, let's think of a phrase. Goggles should be for geese only. Oh, Dan wanted, I'll have to remember it next time. Goggles should be for geese only. Okay, if somebody watches all 5 hours and gets to the end of this and they write in the comment, goggles should be for geese only, they win a prize, and that prize is my love and respect.